Chapter 3491. Oh no, he's finally here. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had expected this to happen. That was why he wanted to kill Qi Lian and leave this place as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect him to come so soon. This he was none other than Jiang Chen's senior brother, Shangguan Hongyan. How could he give up on the craftsman god's inheritance? Therefore, Qi Lian must be his bait. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This was the trick he was best at. Fresh blood flew past Jiang Chen's ears. Qi Lian knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen knew that he was too late to leave. Shangguan Hongyan had already arrived. You're really useless. The ghost pill sect has a useless elder like you. It's really shameful. However, it's good that you're dead. Everything ends here. As for those people who spread rumors about you, I've already killed them all. Shangguan Hongyan walked over slowly and patted Qi Lian's shoulder. At this moment, Qi Lian's face was pale. His soul had been extinguished and his body had been destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. However, he didn't expect that he would die in Shangguan Hongyan's hands. Say, shouldn't you give me a break? Junior brother? I helped you kill all those people who wanted to spread the news about you. No matter how you look at it, this can be considered a great merit, right? Shangguan Hongyan crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood proudly. He looked Jiang Chen in the eye. At this moment, he was ready to kill Jiang Chen and seize the inheritance. This move was quite smooth. However, Qi Lian was a chess piece that Shangguan Hongyan couldn't live without. It seems like I've underestimated you, senior brother. Jiang Chen Lung said. He had used the Qi Lian to consume his combat strength before attacking. Obviously, he had come prepared. At this time, he was waiting on the periphery. Only when both of them were injured would he be able to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, once he was discovered, Jiang Chen would not continue to entangle with him. However, it was too late to say these things now. You can't say that. Little junior brother, if it wasn't for you running about for the sake of Master's inheritance, I wouldn't be so anxious, right? Since you've obtained Master's inheritance, you should have come looking for me a long time ago. Why are you waiting for me to come looking for you? Isn't this causing a lot of trouble? Qi Lian deserved to die. He threatened you, junior brother, so how could I let him go? Ha ha ha, come back with me obediently and pass the inheritance to me. This is what a junior brother like you should do. Shangguan Hongyan said with a smile. There was a mellow smile on his face. It was hard for others to notice that he was already overflowing with killing intent. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others were not fools. They could naturally see that at this moment, this so-called senior brother of Jiang Chen must have come with bad intentions. Their situation became difficult again. Senior brother, it seems like you've been scheming for the sake of Master's inheritance. I'm afraid you've been waiting for this day for thousands of years. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. I've been worried for a day without seeing you. I'm afraid that something might have happened to junior brother. Hee, but it seems like you're fine now. Come with me. You don't have a choice now, do you? This part of the sky has already been completely sealed by me. Therefore, it doesn't seem to be that easy for you to enter that so-called tortoise shell of yours. Even if you manage to enter it, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Shangguan Hongyan said with a faint smile. He looked confident and calm. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely ugly, because he had already guessed what Shangguan Hongyan wanted to do. He had been waiting for this day, and he must have come up with a perfect plan to deal with Shangguan Hongyan. Is that so? I'd like to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. You're not worthy of Master's craftsman god's inheritance. It's impossible for you to obtain it. Although Qi Lian has died in today's battle, it won't be easy for you to snatch the inheritance from me. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Just like Shangguan Hongyan, the two of them stared at each other coldly. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. Jiang Chen's strength had been greatly damaged. His strength had become relatively weak. If he were to fight with Shangguan Hongyan again, he might really die. Take Wang Fengqi with you. You guys go first. I'll handle this. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. No, I won't go. Wu Ningzhu said firmly. Follow me into the Zulong Tower first. Jiang Chen turned around and the four of them entered the Zulong Tower. It's not the time to explain. I'll hold him back later. You guys go first. I'll catch up with you. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing and said in a low voice. You're heavily injured now. How can we let you stay here alone? If there are any difficulties, we can face them together. Wu Ningzhu held Jiang Chen's hand, not letting go for a long time. I, Yan Qingqing, am not a coward. Don't make yourself sound so noble. We can't leave you alone. Yan Qingqing said coldly. However, the tenderness in her heart was clearly expressed in her words. Master, even if I have to die, I want to die in front of you. My Wang Fengqi's life is worthless. But master, you must not be harmed. Wang Fengqi said in a low voice. You're not strong enough, but your ambition is not small. You're not even a match for Shangguan Hongyan now. If you want to contend against him, you won't even know how you died. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Wang Fengqi and said. At this moment, Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. He raised his head and looked. He hoped that Shangguan Hongyan would not be able to break the Zulong Tower. Although Jiang Chen was very confident in the Zulong Tower, Shangguan Hongyan came prepared. He must not be underestimated. Insignificant skill. Do you think a small spatial divine tool can stump your senior brother? Ha! You're dreaming. Shangguan Hongyan said with a laugh. Shangguan Hongyan was not worried at all when Jiang Chen entered the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's heart slowly sank. Looks like this fella has a way to deal with the Zulong Tower. Don't forget, in this world, other than that old thing, there is no one who can match up to my weapon forging techniques. To others, perhaps spatial god tools are helpless, but to me, they are not impregnable. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were cold. He waved his hand and 9 figures appeared in the sky. All of them were early divine emperors. Chapter 3492. Who are these people? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The appearance of these 9 people made him feel even more uneasy. Junior, these 9 people are real formation masters. I have specially invited these experts from the Battle God clan to deal with you. The Battle God clan's formation is the only method that can break a spatial divine tool. I have studied it for thousands of years to achieve this result. You can be considered as the first person to benefit from it. Ha! Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were sharp and his smile was even more resplendent. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This Shangguan Hongyan's method is despicable. He wants to use a formation to break my Zulong Tower, but it's a little unrealistic. Brother Shangguan, leave this matter to us. This Jiang Chen and our Battle God clan have an irreconcilable enmity. Many of our clansmen and elders were killed by this bastard. Today, the 9 great elders of our Battle God clan are here to kill Jiang Chen to relieve our hatred. That's enough for us. The leader of the Battle God clan's elders, Do Yunkuan, shouted. The Battle God clan had chased after Jiang Chen countless times, but in the end, they all failed. But this time, Shangguan Hongyan had deliberately gathered a lot of information about Jiang Chen, all in order to find his weakness. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shangguan Hongyan had been waiting for this day for too long. Last time, she had let Jiang Chen escape, but this time, it wouldn't be so easy. Brother, don't worry. As long as you set up the formation and blast Jiang Chen out, I will definitely reward you. Shangguan Hongyan looked at Do Yunkuan and said with a smile. Do Yunkuan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly nodded his head. Shangguan Hongyan was a grandmaster weaponsmith. Such a person was someone they couldn't wait to throw their lives away for. To be able to obtain a divine weapon that belonged to them was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Coincidentally, Shangguan Hongyan was able to satisfy their desires. Both of them could get what they needed, and they could also use this opportunity to kill the greatest enemy of their Battle God clan. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thank you, Brother Shangguan. Hee. Do Yunkuan chuckled, his eyes blazing. He turned around and his expression turned serious. Set up the formation. I'd like to see what this Jiang Chen is capable of. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Let's see how he's going to escape from me, Do Yunkuan. 9 spiral sound formation. Each of Do Yunkuan's group of 9 had a long conch horn, and every single one of them was a terrifying treasure. The 9 of them laid down the formation, and in an instant, the sky above the petrified sect was filled with Sanskrit chants. Everything within 10,000 miles of the petrified sect seemed to be in an uproar. What a sorrowful bugle horn. Our petrified sect is truly finished. The sect master is dead, and the elders have fallen. Now, we can only go our separate ways. The fossil sect will definitely no longer exist. All we can do is leave behind a trace of incense. In the future, if a fellow disciple of the same sect achieves the Great Tao, we may be able to revive the fossil sect. The rock sect will no longer exist. The only thing we can do is to leave behind a trace of incense. If there is a senior brother of the petrification sect that can achieve the Grand Tao, we may be able to revive the rock sect. Tens of thousands of petrification sect disciples were packing up their belongings and preparing to leave. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. If they continued to stay here, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. The core strength of the petrification sect had already been wiped out, and now, only the weaker disciples were left. However, before everyone could finish their words, a terrifying sound wave descended from the sky. At that moment, everyone's faces were pale and their eyes were lifeless. The moment the conch horn was blown, the sky and earth changed color. All the disciples, demonic beasts, birds and fishes of the petrified sect couldn't escape death. The disciples that were already packing their bags and preparing to leave this place were all dumbfounded. Under the terrifying sound wave attack, they were shaken to the point that their organs were torn apart. Their faces turned pale, and they died with blood flowing out of their orifices. Save me. I don't want to die. Is the rock sect really going to be destroyed like this? You bunch of executioners, what did we do wrong? We are only the lowest level disciples. You will definitely be struck by lightning. Miserable shrieks lingered in their ears. However, for Shangguan Hongyan and the others, their deaths had no value. They were just ants. What did the lives of ants have to do with them? Jiang Chen's face was pale. Facing the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation laid out by the 9 experts of the Battle God clan, Jiang Chen could not defend against the sound wave attack. Even the Zulong Tower could not stop the terrifying sound wave attack. Although the Zulong Tower had weakened the sound wave attack, the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation was still too powerful. Moreover, with the 9 experts of the Battle God clan controlling the formation, he had completely fallen into a deadlock. Shangguan Hongyan seemed to have calculated everything. He must have been brooding over the fact that he had escaped from his hands previously. That's why he was trying everything to kill him. At this moment, Wang Fengqi was already bleeding profusely. Blood was flowing out of his eyes and ears. Jiang Chen knew that not only Wang Fengqi, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing might not be able to hold on any longer. Currently, they were in great pain and their faces were extremely ugly. Jiang Chen's face was deathly pale. This Shangguan Hongyan, it looked like she had already prepared everything for this ambush. Jiang Chen, let's see how long you can last. Shangguan Hongyan turned a deaf ear to Do Kuan's words and silently watched this scene. He was planning to capture Jiang Chen the moment he was forced out of the spatial divine tool. 9 spiraling spiral sound formation. No one can stay out of it. Ha ha! Do Yunkuan shouted. He looked at the other 8 and continued. Activate the Do formation technique. Put in more effort. In an instant, the entire petrified sect was filled with cries of disaster. The remaining tens of thousands of disciples were also killed. Not a single one was spared. Puff! Wu Ningzhu could not hold on any longer. She spurted out a mouthful of blood. Traces of blood flowed out from her beautiful azure eyes. Sister Ningyu, it's all right. It's all right. Wu Ningzhu shook her head. However, she was afraid that Jiang Chen would be worried. Blood flowed out from her eyes. In order to block this terrifying sound wave attack, she had already used all her strength. As for Wang Fengqi, it was even more difficult. In addition to his previous serious injuries, he could not hold on any longer. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out. He shouted in a deep voice. Shangguan Hongyan, today, I will not rest until one of us is dead. As Jiang Chen turned around, he finally could not withstand the pressure of the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation. The 2 of them jumped out of the Zulong Tower. However, it was him and Wang Fengqi, while Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were left in the Zulong Tower. Wang Fengqi, take the Zulong Tower and leave quickly. Run as far as you can. Remember, I will give you a secret order. When you reach a safe place, you can release your 2 mistresses. Master, but Wang Fengqi's face was extremely bitter. No buts. This is an order. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Wang Fengqi's body trembled. He knew that he could not disobey his master's order. However, at this moment, he understood that his master did not have the confidence to win this battle. Otherwise, he would not let him leave with the two mistresses in the Zulong Tower. Chapter 3493. Wang Fengqi stared blankly at his master. At this moment, he didn't have any other choice. His master gave him such an important task because he wanted to avoid his two wives. That was why he left them behind in the Zulong Tower. This was a life-and-death crisis. His master didn't have the confidence to change his fate. His master wasn't a god. He had already killed those bastards. Now, an even more terrifying enemy had appeared, forcing them into a hopeless situation. If he didn't agree to his master's request, he wouldn't be a good disciple. He would be hated by his master for life. Wang Fengqi had no other choice. If he was strong enough, he would definitely risk his life to stand by his master's side. However, his strength was too weak. He wouldn't be of any help at all. Staying here would only add to his master's troubles. Right now, the only thing he could do was to fulfill his master's wish. However, to the two wives, it was a tragic matter. His master was fighting with his back to the wall. Hence, he could only let them leave first. Okay. Wang Fengqi nodded heavily. This was the only thing he could do for his master. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Fengqi with a gratified expression. He couldn't let Sister Wenning and Qingqing fall into a predicament with him. Even if he lost, he had to send them out. Right now, his strength was already under great pressure. If he had to fight against Shangguan Hongyan and the 9 experts of the Battle God clan, he would definitely die. His chances of survival were slim. Jiang Chen, you bastard! Wu Ningzhu hammered the Zulong Tower ruthlessly. However, the Zulong Tower didn't have any reaction. They wanted to escape, but it was useless. Without Jiang Chen's command, they wouldn't be able to leave the Zulong Tower. Why did you leave the two of us here? What are you trying to do? What exactly do you want? You bastard! Wu Ningzhu shouted in a low voice. She tore the corners of her mouth, her heart, and her eyes, but it was useless. Jiang Chen looked back and smiled. He didn't say a word, but he gave them a final smile. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen silently. She had forgotten too many things. However, she felt a tinge of sadness at this moment. Tears even flowed down from the corner of her eyes. She did not know what was going on. Why? Why? Yan Qingqing murmured. No one knew what she was trying to say. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had trapped them in the Zulong Tower. There was no chance for them to escape. They were powerless and could only watch this scene silently. Let's go. Only when you leave can I have no worries. Jiang Chen slowly turned his head. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu almost fell to the ground and was supported by Yan Qingqing. Both of their eyes were filled with extreme pain and suffering. But to Jiang Chen, this was the only way to save them. Only by doing this could he protect them. Go! Jiang Chen shouted angrily and patted Wang Fengqi's shoulder. Wang Fengqi's complexion turned pale. His eyes were filled with tears. It was said that a man shouldn't cry easily. However, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. All of this was because of him. Otherwise, how could his master become like this? Wang Fengqi blamed himself. However, he couldn't help his master. He could only send the two ladies away. Wang Fengqi held the Zulong Tower in his hand and left resolutely, because he knew that this was his master's best choice. No, don't. Wu Ningzhu's entire body was trembling. The despair on her face made people's hearts ache. However, Jiang Chen couldn't see it anymore. As long as they were safe and sound, Jiang Chen would be able to fight with Shangguan Hongyan to the end. Not bad. He's a loyal guy. However, I don't intend to let them go. That spatial divine tool is not bad. Even I can't refine such a good thing. Shangguan Hongyan said with a smile. She was also coveting Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. In your dreams. You'll have to step over my body. Jiang Chen sneered. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Chen only had 30 to 40% of his strength left. Jiang Chen didn't even have 30% confidence in this battle against Shangguan Hongyan. However, in order to save Wu Ningzhu and the others, he wouldn't let them take even half a step over him. Everyone go and capture that kid. Leave this Jiang Chen to me, Shangguan Hongyan said in a low voice. No problem. Dou Yunkuan was the first to attack. He rushed towards Wang Fengqi. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally and charged forward with his sword. He stood in front of Dou Yunkuan and the others. Rays of cold light flashed. Dou Yunkuan attacked fiercely. The 9 silhouettes followed him like shadows. However, Jiang Chen didn't fear them at all. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly, because his strength was getting more and more difficult. In this battle, the 9 silhouettes filled the void. Jiang Chen staggered backwards. However, he would rather die than lower his head. Only by defending this last line of defense could he safely send Wang Fengqi out of here. Courting death. Shangguan Hongyan also attacked randomly, slashing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His countenance drastically changed. Facing the 9 experts from the Battle God clan and Shangguan Hongyan, he had no choice but to evade. But even so, he was still forced to retreat, looking extremely miserable. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp. He vowed to protect Wang Fengqi's back with his life. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, feeling extremely miserable. A casual attack from Shangguan Hongyan was already defeated by the 9 experts from the Battle God clan. However, Jiang Chen didn't stop. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to fight these people to the end. For Sister Ning, for Qingqing, for his disciple Wang Fengqi, and most importantly, for the dignity of his man. Jiang Chen stood there proudly. Although he was beaten to a miserable state, he still gave Wang Fengqi enough time to escape. Damn fellow, I gave you face but you don't want it, Shangguan Hongyan said in a deep voice. Although he really wanted to obtain the ancestral dragon pagoda that Jiang Chen had left behind, it was still inferior to the inheritance of the craftsman god. If something unexpected happened at this time, he would lose more than he gained. That would be the biggest failure of his plan if the duck that was already in his mouth flew away. Your opponent is me. You guys are not qualified to touch my Jiang Chen's woman. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as he advanced step by step. However, he wasn't careless at all when he was blocking the 10 experts. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant you your wish. After all, nothing can be compared to my junior brother. Shangguan Hongyan was naturally full of confidence in this battle, and had a well-planned strategy. Chapter 3494. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen kept on squeezing out the divine origin energy in his body, and his mightiness changed again as he clashed with Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan Hongyan's battle had turned into a giant chain, clashing with Jiang Chen's sword shadows. The 19th sword soared into the sky, and the soul of the heavenly dragon sword turned into a mad dragon, roaring and rushing towards Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan Hongyan strolled leisurely, his expression calm as he closed in on Jiang Chen again and again. Great Reincarnation Palm. The giant palm soared into the sky, and its shadow was like a tiger. It was like a boundless Buddhist seal, and instantly overlapped with Jiang Chen's countless sword shadows. The might of the 19th sword was strong, but Jiang Chen's strength was not enough to withstand it. Jiang Chen was sent flying backwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were cold. 5 stars Dou formation technique. Go to hell. Dou Yunkuan sneered. Sound waves rippled out from his formation, and the void between the heavens and earth seemed to distort. Jiang Chen's figure was also struck by hundreds and thousands of sound waves. His flesh was torn apart, and his face was pale. Soul extermination. Jiang Chen unleashed his spiritual strength to resist the sound wave attack. At the moment when the sound wave attack landed, Jiang Chen endured the tremendous impact and counterattacked. A spiritual storm swept out. Dou Yunkuan and the others' expression changed drastically. Blood spurted out from their bodies as they were sent flying backwards and fell onto the ground. Shangguan Hongyan was already prepared, and she quickly retreated. Her spiritual strength erupted, but it was still unable to injure Jiang Chen. She furrowed her brows, and took advantage of the situation to pursue. After Jiang Chen's spiritual attack landed, Shangguan Hongyan changed her palm technique again, and it was like a 5-finger mountain, making it hard for Jiang Chen to escape. Get lost. Jiang Chen staggered backwards. Did he use the heavenly seal again? The heavenly seal. However, this time, his Tao essence had been fully unleashed. Compared to before, it was much weaker. It was not enough to kill Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan Hongyan shouted and clashed with Jiang Chen. Both of them were pushed back. Shangguan Hongyan's face was flushed red. However, Jiang Chen looked like he was about to run out of energy. Now, what are you going to use to fight me? Shangguan Hongyan sneered and pointed her finger. This time, she would not let Jiang Chen escape. Brother Shangguan, this guy is definitely going to die. Congratulations. Do Yunkuan coughed twice and said in a low voice. Their injuries weren't light, but their lives weren't in danger. Jiang Chen's desperate counterattack had caused them to suffer some losses, but against Shangguan Hongyan's strength, Jiang Chen was completely helpless. He was already in great pain, and was struggling on the verge of death. Junior brother. You're still my junior brother. Seems like you're still going to lose to me. Shangguan Hongyan smiled faintly, and looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, he could see the myriad chi cauldron, and that damnable master of his. All of this belonged to him in the end. The so-called inheritance of the craftsman god no longer exists. From today onwards, I am the craftsman god. No wonder Master didn't pass the inheritance to you back then. If he did, the entire divine world would be in chaos. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. The craftsman god had long seen through his rebellious nature. This fellow was blinded by greed, and was too arrogant and despotic. Hence, no matter what, he would never be able to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god. So what? Now, the craftsman god's inheritance will still end up in my hands, right? With just you? You don't have that ability yet. In your hands, the inheritance will only be buried. But in my hands, it's destined to shine brightly. Ha ha! That old bastard, he must be blind. I am his most outstanding disciple, his only successor, but he would rather die than hand over the craftsman god's inheritance to me. Even until his death, he was so resolute. What do I, Shangguan Hongyan, have that he was not satisfied with? In this world, can you find a second me? How sad. How lamentable. If he had honestly passed the inheritance to me, maybe he wouldn't have died. Humph. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His gaze was so sharp that he wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Wentian's flesh apart. From the beginning to the end, even after millions of years, that old bastard still made him feel resentful. Even if I die, you can forget about obtaining the craftsman god's inheritance. To you, if the craftsman god's inheritance falls into your hands, then the divine world will definitely suffer a great calamity. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, well said. I, Shangguan Hongyan, am like this. What can you do to me? When the time comes, I'll definitely start a massacre. Won't you be helpless against me? Do you think you're the savior of this world? You have no idea what I, Shangguan Hongyan, want to do. How can a sparrow or swallow know the ambitions of a swan? Shangguan Hongyan said arrogantly. Now, do you still want to defy the heavens? Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Die for me. Shangguan Hongyan flipped his palm again, his aura swallowing mountains and rivers, his momentum like a rainbow. Ha! Jiang Chen roared in anger. A 5 elements divine dragon seal collided with Shangguan Hongyan's attack. The result was obvious. Jiang Chen was forced back in a sorry state, blood spurting out from his mouth. He was also in a precarious situation. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Quietly enjoy your death. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes flickered. He rushed forward again, determined to kill Jiang Chen. However, a meteor-like figure filled the sky. It was white as snow, wreaking havoc like a storm. He forced Shangguan Hongyan to retreat. With a wave of his silver spear, the sun set in the sky. Who are you? How dare you stop me, Shangguan Hongyan? I've never heard of anyone with such guts. Shangguan Hongyan squinted his eyes and said indifferently. He looked at the young man in white with a silver spear in his hand. It's you. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to be Lang Ruyan, the one who lost to him before. Lang Ruyan turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen, slightly nodding his head. I owe you a life. Today, I'll definitely protect you. Lang Ruyan said. Ha ha, who do you think you are? You want to protect him? You're overestimating yourself. Let's see what you're capable of. Shangguan Hongyan said arrogantly. Lang Ruyan was strong, but it wasn't easy to make him change his mind. Not to mention, Jiang Chen was a hot commodity in his eyes. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try. Lang Ruyan slowly raised the long spear in his hand. His eyes were as cold as ice. Lang Ruyan didn't like to owe anyone anything. She was once defeated by Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen spared her life. This was their destiny. Therefore, even though she knew that she was more likely to lose than to win today, Lang Ruyan wouldn't back down. As a man, this was her honor and her dignity. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. All of you have to die. Chapter 3495. You go first. Leave this to me. Lang Ruyan said in a deep voice. She resolutely fought against Shangguan Hongyan. Her attacks were swift and fierce, and her momentum was monstrous. Jiang Chen did not leave. He allowed Lang Ruyan to fight against Shangguan Hongyan. If Lang Ruyan lost and died, he would not be at ease. Jiang Chen was like him. They appreciated each other's talents, but he did not like to owe others. In this battle, Lang Ruyan, who was once his enemy, sacrificed herself to protect him. Jiang Chen was deeply touched. After all, Shangguan Hongyan was extremely powerful. Although Lang Ruyan was not weak, when fighting against Shangguan Hongyan, she seemed to be unable to cope. As the two of them fought intensely, Lang Ruyan relied on her powerful silver spear to stabilize the situation. However, she was forced to retreat step by step, looking extremely miserable. Jiang Chen frowned. At this time, he could not leave. If he did, he would be in an unjust situation. Lang Ruyan, as long as you hold on for another hour, I will recover some of my strength. There is still a chance. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart. You are not strong enough to fight against me. I will kill anyone who stands in my way today. Shangguan Hongyan shouted coldly. Her palms were like fire. 3,000 lightning haste. Lang Ruyan swung her spear horizontally. Every step she took was filled with killing intent. However, facing Shangguan Hongyan's pressure, it became more and more difficult for her. How dare you behave atrociously in my Kunshan County? How dare you? Just as Jiang Chen was shocked, a black-clothed figure appeared in the sky. He stood on a flying sword with his hands behind his back. His eyes were as cold as ice. Good lad, you are finally back. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. The Kunshan County Petrified Sect had been fighting for a long time. If the sword-drawing sect did not make any moves at this time, then he really suspected that the people of the sword-drawing sect were all dead. Brother Jiang, I'm not too late, am I? The man's expression was cold. However, when he looked at Jiang Chen, his lips curled up into a wide smile. The person in front of him was none other than the ninth sword master of the sword-drawing sect, Xueqi. He was Jiang Chen's sworn brother, and it was Jiang Chen who helped him win the position of sword master. Therefore, for Xueqi, Jiang Chen's kindness could not be expressed in words. Moreover, the friendship between him and Jiang Chen was self-evident. I'm not dead, so it's not too late, Jiang Chen said faintly. However, at this moment, his worries were completely gone. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious look, Xueqi gave a wry smile. Does this guy think I'm late? Brother Jiang, don't worry. With me around, no one will be able to hurt you. The sword-drawing sect is your strong shield. It won't be long before the sword-drawing sect's main force rushes over. Xueqi held the immortal exterminating sword and said in a deep voice. It's just I've managed to avoid a calamity. Jiang Chen thought about it and sighed. It was really a dangerous situation. He thought that he would definitely die. However, heaven helps a good man. Lang Ruyan and Xueqi had arrived together. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. Let's go and help Lang Ruyan first. She is also my friend, Jiang Chen said. At this moment, it was not the time to reminisce. Lang Ruyan was still fighting and she saved Jiang Chen from danger. Xueqi nodded and rushed up to the void, pointing his sword at Shangguan Hongyan. The battle had just begun. Jiang Chen was relieved, and Lang Ruyan's expression was slightly relaxed. After all, the person who came was Jiang Chen's helper. She did not have to risk her life. On the other hand, Shangguan Hongyan's expression was very ugly. The person who stood on the flying sword was not to be underestimated. Xueqi's strength was comparable to Lang Ruyan's. The immortal execution sword was cold and full of killing intent. Another one who is not afraid of death. Shangguan Hongyan gritted her teeth and said, We still don't know who's not afraid of death. You're really arrogant to fight so fearlessly in the territory of my sword-drawing sect. Xueqi smiled faintly. The stone sect was annihilated and the 4 sect masters were killed. The news of the sword-drawing sect had long been known. However, even Xueqi did not expect that it was actually done by Jiang Chen. The sword-drawing sect naturally stood on Jiang Chen's side. After all, Jiang Chen was a member of the sword-drawing sect. Although he was the honorary swordmaster, the sword-drawing sect knew about Jiang Chen's strength. How could they give up a top master like him? Even so what? Don't try to frame me with the sword-drawing sect. It is not too late for you two to defeat me. Humph. Shangguan Hongyan harumphed coldly. Although she was shocked, she didn't panic. The strength of these 2 men might not be able to match Jiang Chen's strength. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was in great danger, that's why he was so fearless. If it was really these 3 men, she would definitely avoid them. Don't be arrogant. How can you be an enemy of the sword-drawing sect? I am just the vanguard. It will not take long before the people of the sword-drawing sect arrive. By then, you will not be able to escape even if you have wings. However, it is impossible for you to leave now. You should ask the sword in my hand first. Xueqi did not talk nonsense with Shangguan Hongyan. He exchanged a glance with Lang Ruyan and both of them faced Xueqi. Their battle intent was fully unleashed. Shangguan Hongyan was fighting against 2 people at the same time. His expression was extremely solemn. These 2 people were not ordinary Divine Emperor experts. During the battle, he actually became fearful. However, Shangguan Hongyan did not use his full strength. He had his own plans. He was afraid that the 9 experts of the Battle God clan would be watching the battle and spoil his plan. Time passed by. Jiang Chen looked at the battle between Xueqi and Shangguan Hongyan. They were evenly matched and neither of them had the upper hand. Although it was the first time that Lang Ruyan and Xueqi worked together, their strength was obvious. Shangguan Hongyan was fighting against 2 people at the same time. What he was most worried about was that the people of the sword-drawing sect would chase after him. If that happened, he would be trapped here easily. Although the 9 experts of the Battle God clan also joined in the battle, they seemed to be very useless. They also had their own plans. They did not fight with their lives on the line because they did not want to die a graveless death. Although the Battle God clan wanted to kill Jiang Chen, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. You two, I have to go first. I will leave this guy to you. See you later. Jiang Chen's body trembled. He suddenly looked towards the west, because he could feel an extremely terrifying force coming from the east, and it was heading towards the direction where Wang Fengqi had gone. Jiang Chen was afraid that something bad would happen, so he quickly left the place. Chapter 3496. Jiang Chen was worried. But with Xueqi and Lang Ruyan stopping Shangguan Hongyan, he had nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul engulfed the area. Almost the entire sky was under his control. With the help of the Zulong Tower, it wouldn't take long for him to find them. Although he didn't know where the mysterious force was heading to, it was heading in the same direction as Wang Fengqi. That's why he was worried. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but he was getting more and more anxious. Although he didn't have 10% of his strength left, he didn't dare to be careless. Sister Ning, you must wait for me. Jiang Chen murmured and soared into the sky. He was racing against time. By the time Wang Fengqi turned around, he was already several tens of thousands of miles away. However, he still didn't stop because he didn't know what would happen if he stopped. What he was most worried about was his master's situation. Whether he was dead or alive, Wang Fengqi still didn't know. Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how would I have the face to meet the 2 mistresses? Wang Fengqi murmured. He was struggling in his heart, but he was really helpless in that kind of situation. If he was alone, he would definitely choose to follow his master to the end of his life. But his master gave him an incomparably important task, which was to bring the ancestral dragon pagoda to save his master's wives. At this time, he knew that it was difficult to disobey his master's order, but he still felt sad in his heart. All of this happened because of him, and now it had led to such a situation. Wang Fengqi could only try his best to bring the 2 mistresses away from here. This was the only thing he could do. If his master died, he would definitely not live alone. This was not blind loyalty, but a man's dignity. A man would rather die than be humiliated. How could he feel at ease when his master was in danger? But just at this moment, the skies were filled with dark clouds. The entire world seemed to have darkened as the thunderbolts and hurricanes in the surroundings intertwined with one another. Wang Fengqi's face changed. He was at a loss as to what to do with this strange phenomenon. This was definitely not something that he could imagine. He could already feel himself being surrounded. This feeling of not being able to move even an inch was filled with despair. Who? Wang Fengqi roared in anger. His voice spread through the void, but the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be isolated. The echoes of his voice rang out incessantly. The thunder became even more violent, and the hurricane became even colder. Could it be that master had lost? Had that Shangguan Hongyan caught up to him again? Wang Fengqi thought to himself, but he couldn't move an inch. He was forced to kneel on one knee by that terrifying pressure. His face was pale, and he couldn't take another step forward. Release the people in the tower. A low voice with an unquestionable deterrence said faintly. Wang Fengqi's expression changed. Within the thunderclouds, a sinister face formed from black clouds appeared. It was even more frightening than the skeletons. It was at least 100 zhang tall, blocking out the sun and sky, completely blocking Wang Fengqi's view. Above his head, there wasn't the slightest bit of light. Within the black clouds, that terrifying face opened its bloody mouth, as if it could swallow the heavens and earth. Who are you? Wang Fengqi shouted in a deep voice, firmly protecting the Zulong Tower. This person wasn't Shangguan Hongyan. Could it be that there was someone behind them eyeing them covetously? Kid, you don't have the right to know who I am. Don't force me to say it again. Otherwise, you'll regret coming to this world. That giant face was filled with endless pressure, causing Wang Fengqi to smile bitterly. His blood and spirit were oppressed to the point that it was difficult to bear. Even his muscles and bones seemed to be locked, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. That giant face was like a judge from hell. Even if Wang Fengqi wanted to reject it, he didn't know how to say it. However, his two mistresses were still in the Zulong Tower. He would never let them be frightened. Even if he died, he would not use his ultimate skill. Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me and get the Zulong Tower, you won't be able to open it. Wang Fengqi said firmly. Hee, it seems like you're a tough nut to crack. Let's see which of us is more terrifying. The gigantic face's voice was calm, as though there wasn't the slightest bit of anger in it. In an instant, Wang Fengqi felt as though his body and mind were no longer under his control. The moment he raised his head, he saw Sister Feng, a graceful figure leisurely walking towards him. Sister Feng, you're not dead. You're still alive. That's great. How could I leave you alone? Brother Qi, we promised that we would never be apart from each other for the rest of our lives. How could I let you suffer alone in this world? Let's go. We'll be together forever. Sister Feng approached him and said in a soft voice with a shy look. All right, we'll never be apart for the rest of our lives. Wang Fengqi said with a serious expression. He was overjoyed. At this moment, he knew that the flame of his life had been reignited. We must be honest with each other. Otherwise, how can we be considered protecting each other? Sister Feng pouted and said unhappily. You're hiding something from me. You must be hiding something from me. I'm not. The heavens and earth can prove my love for you. Ever since you left, I've been feeling haggard. I can't wait to be with you every second of every day and night. Do you know that? I've missed you so much. I've missed you so much. Wang Fengqi murmured with a tear in his eye. Since you love me so much, you should tell me everything. That way we can be honest with each other, right? You haven't seen me for so long. Don't you want to tell me anything? Sister Feng said with a disappointed look. Wang Fengqi was extremely anxious. He told little Sister Feng everything that had happened to him during this period of time, and they had a pleasant chat. What about the Zulong Tower? What's going on with the Zulong Tower? I'd like to take a look. Sister Feng said curiously. No, it belongs to Master. I can't touch it. Wang Fengqi shuddered. Don't you love me anymore? Aren't you willing to fulfill such a small request? Sister Feng said pitifully as she took a step back. At that moment, Wang Fengqi's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Don't go, Sister Feng. No, you can't leave. Sister Feng, I'll bring you in. I'll bring you in to take a look. Chapter 3497. Wang Fengqi held onto Sister Feng's hand. With a shift of his divine will, they appeared in the ancestral dragon pagoda. However, his sister Feng had undergone a drastic change at this instant. She turned into an incomparably terrifying ghostly figure. With a flash of the ghostly figure, Sister Feng disappeared without a trace. Even Wang Fengqi could feel extreme pain and sorrow. Wang Fengqi's mind suddenly changed. His body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "You're not Sister Feng. You're not Sister Feng. Sister Feng is already dead. Get lost." Wang Fengqi slashed out with his sword towards the ghostly figure, but at that moment, he seemed to have been frozen in place, unable to extricate himself and unable to move even an inch. Who doesn't have a weakness in life? He. The skinny ghost smiled coldly. Wang Fengqi's heart sank. He knew that he had been deceived by the illusion. Even if he died 10,000 times, he couldn't wash away his sins. The sky was calm and peaceful, and the peaks of the mountains were completely silent. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. His expression was extremely cold. He finally found Wang Fengqi at the peak of the mountain in the distance. "Fengqi!" Jiang Chen shouted. However, Wang Fengqi's figure was like a hook. He knelt there motionlessly. His aura was also relatively weak. His soul was distorted. It was obvious that he was in pain. It was even more difficult than cutting his flesh and picking out his bones. "Master, I'm sorry." Wang Fengqi said with great difficulty. His eyes were cloudy. His heart was torn apart. He was already at the end of his rope. In addition, his heart was dead. Wang Fengqi's life was hanging by a thread. Why did this happen? Jiang Chen's body trembled. His face was pale. He was extremely dispirited. "Who is it? Who is it?" Jiang Chen's voice turned cold as he said in a deep voice. "I don't know. But Master's wife said that it was someone from the Buddha Tower. Both Master's wives have been taken away," Wang Fengqi said while crying. All of this, in the end, had an unavoidable relationship with him. Wang Fengqi felt that his master's eyes seemed to have dimmed at that moment. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. His master happened to have such a look. Buddha Tower. Buddha Tower. It's the Buddhist pagoda again. I, Jiang Chen, will fight you to the death. Jiang Chen let out a thunderous roar, and his face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't the blood of his injuries, but rather the blood of his heart. "I'm sorry, Master, I'm sorry. It's all Fengqi's fault. I couldn't protect the two mistresses. I can only apologize with my death." Wang Fengqi was completely disheartened. As soon as he finished speaking, he severed his own arteries and veins. At that moment, Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head, an incomparably conflicted expression on his face. Wang Fengqi, in his guilt and self-blame, chose to die as an apology. However, Jiang Chen knew that all of this wasn't his fault. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not having the ability to protect them. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably painful. "Tower is here," Jiang Chen roared. Thunder rumbled, and the sky changed color. Thousands of miles away, the Zulong Tower instantly flew towards Jiang Chen like a ray of light. A white-haired man rubbed his nose, smiled indifferently, and murmured, "This is good stuff. This is good stuff. It seems like it has a soul." The Zulong Tower flew back to Jiang Chen's side from thousands of miles away at an incomparably terrifying speed. However, at that moment, although he desperately hoped that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were still in the Zulong Tower, the result was that the Zulong Tower was empty. At that moment, although the Zulong Tower had returned to his hands, all the hope in Jiang Chen's heart was instantly shattered. Jiang Chen coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again. In his heart, there was struggle, self-blame, and most of all, self-blame. "I'm really useless. Sister Ning. Qingqing, I'm sorry. I should be the one apologizing." Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His heart couldn't help but tremble. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Divine Pagoda, I will definitely grind your bones into ashes. No one can escape from my palm." Jiang Chen's roar lasted for a long time, reverberating in the void. No one could understand the bitterness he was feeling right now. "I can't blame you for all this. I've placed all my hopes on you. It's a weight that you can't bear." Jiang Chen shook his head and kept Wang Fengqi's soul and corpse. Wang Fengqi's heart was already dead, but his soul was still there. When he breaks through to the martial emperor realm, he should be able to restore his body and buy Yunfei. Jiang Chen silently stood on the top of the mountain. 3 years had passed. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength had completely recovered. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through to the mid-divine emperor realm. For the past 3 years, Jiang Chen had not been thinking about Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and Yan Chenyu. He knew that his strength was still too weak. Compared to the real experts, he was still too far away. At least, the strongest person he knew should be the Lord of Northern Liang. He had not even met the Lord of Northern Liang yet. He was just a messenger, but he already possessed the battle strength of a mid-divine emperor. What kind of legendary and terrifying person was he? Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. His body was covered with dust and his face was covered with hair. Spring passed and winter came. Wind, frost, rain, and snow fell on his body. However, his heart was not affected by it. Not long after, a golden-robed elder appeared by Jiang Chen's side. Just like Jiang Chen, he stared at the void in silence for a long time. "I'm sorry. I'm still in a deep sleep. I don't know about this." The elder sighed and said. The elder was none other than the ancestral dragon emperor, the pagoda soul of the Zulong Tower. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were both taken away. As the pagoda soul of the ancestral dragon pagoda, he actually failed to detect the situation and was in a deep slumber. To him, he was filled with self-blame. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of sympathy. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance during this period of time. Jiang Chen had changed. He had become more mature and reserved. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "I don't blame anyone." Jiang Chen didn't blame anyone. He only blamed himself for being too young and weak. "It's time to go, right?" Jiang Chen said. The Rising Dragon Banquet is coming soon. It's time to go there." The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes were sharp. He stared ahead and nodded heavily. "I just want to know how strong I'll be after I participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet and enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan." Jiang Chen valued strength the most. In a world where the strong ruled, everything else was just empty talk. "It should be enough for you to fight your way up to the Buddha's pagoda. As long as the Buddha doesn't take action, there shouldn't be anyone who could be your opponent." The ancestral dragon emperor thought for a while and said, "All right." Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, the two of them headed towards the Eastern Dragon Clan. Chapter 3498. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor. H2DH2 Mr. Mountains, Barren Wilderness, Blue Sea, Blue Sky, Heaven and Earth. To the north of the central continent, in the depths of the desolate divine land, there were many tall mountains and rivers that flowed endlessly. The ancient trees were hundreds of zhang tall, and the mountain rocks were strange and rugged. The wind howled, and the white clouds covered the sun. In the deepest part of the desolate divine land, there was a row of tall mountains that pierced through the clouds. Celestial chi lingered in the air, and the green mountains were full of spirituality. It was a sight to behold. The name of the mountain was the Cloud Platform, and it stretched endlessly. There were birds chirping in the air, and there were many demonic beasts roaring in the forest. In half a year, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the depths of the desolate divine land from the edge of the central continent. The forest was lush and dense, covering the entire mountain. It was like a dark green splash-ink landscape, grand and magnificent. Amateus Buddha, I'm afraid that Lady Benefactor's journey will bring about a bloody disaster. There are no traces of her in this forest. May I know where her father is? An old Taoist with a horsetail whisk in his hand said with a serious expression. He had a mustache and triangular eyes. There was an extremely serious aura between his brows. Smelly old Taoist, where did you come from? You still dare to ask me? You're the one who will bring about a bloody disaster, humph. A young girl with her hair tied up in a bun said with disdain. She wore a lotus-colored dress and pouted her lips. She glared at the old Taoist. Subconsciously, she felt that this old Taoist was not a good person. The moment he opened his mouth, he said that she would bring about a bloody disaster. It was truly hateful. The girl was tall and slender. Her long skirt swayed in the wind, and butterflies followed behind her. Her fair and bright face was as delicate as water. Even the old Taoist, who did not like beauties, could not help but exclaim in admiration. He lamented that the heavens were beautiful and fate made a fool out of people. Even the heavens were jealous of such a beautiful girl. Alas, it's fine if you don't believe me. But in the near future, you will definitely face a bloody calamity. I never lie, and I won't accept your guest fee. Just give the string of beads on your wrist to me. It can be considered as a good karma. I see that you are fated with Buddha. No, it's fated with Taoism. That's why you and Lady Benefactor were exposed to the world. It's a sin. It's really a sin. The old Taoist said with a serious face. He was meticulous and his eyes were sincere. Really? You said that I will face a bloody calamity. What is it about? And where was it? Is there a way to break it? The girl frowned. Although she hated this old Taoist, every word he said was like a gem. He did not seem like a liar. She had a strong first impression. Could it be that she had wronged him? Amitabha, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Taoist priest, why did you say the name of Buddha? The girl looked at the old Taoist suspiciously. She still did not quite believe him and was skeptical. This is because you are ignorant. Lady Benefactor, don't you know that Buddhism and Taoism have been a family since ancient times? Ha! That string of beads is fated with me. Why don't you give it to me? I would rather reveal the secrets of the heavens and gain the good karma of Lady Benefactor. The old Taoist said very seriously. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked like a person of virtue and high cultivation. That can't be done. This is a gift from my mother. I'm really sorry that I can't give it to others. The girl shook her head. Her eyelashes and big curved eyes were full of intelligence. Sigh, if that's the case, then it can only mean that we are not fated. The world is so big, and there are countless people who want to gain good karma with me. There are not many female benefactors, but there are many young female benefactors. The old Taoist lightly stroked his tiger whiskers. He smiled calmly and slightly nodded. Taoist priest cares about the world. I really admire you. It's a pity that this string of beads is really difficult to give to you. My mother said that this thing is a 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl. It's a good thing second only to the dragon pearl. I just don't want to make my mother sad. The girl said seriously. A gentleman does not take what others love. I am a bit stubborn. Why don't you let me have a look? I really like it. After I look at it, I will definitely give it to you with both hands and return it to you. The old Taoist said seriously. Okay. The girl pondered for a moment, nodded her head, and finally plucked the 10,000-year spiritual orb. Before she could pluck the spiritual orb, the old Taoist could not wait any longer. He grabbed the 10,000-year spiritual orb with both of his hands, and his eyes shone with a strange light, filled with excitement. This 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl is really not bad. Female benefactor, let me play with it for a few hundred years. I will definitely return it to you. Ha! The old Taoist took the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl and turned to leave. His figure was extremely fast. The girl's pretty face turned cold. She shouted, "Smelly old Taoist, give me back my 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl. Haha, we have a deal. I will only play with it for a while. After 100 years, I will definitely return it. Don't worry, female benefactor." The smelly old Taoist waved his hand and laughed heartily. He was still very calm and made a solemn vow. Slap. At this moment, a very loud slap landed on the smelly old Taoist's face. The smelly old Taoist was directly slapped away. His face was red and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Who is it? Show yourself. How dare you sneak attack your grandfather from behind? I will kill you. Haha, it has only been a few years. Elder Taoist Wu Da, you are really forgetful. Now that you can't even swindle and trick, you have changed to robbing? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He stood with his arms crossed. He had already snatched the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl that was stolen by Elder Taoist Wu Da. Even Jiang Chen was very shocked. The divine origin qi contained in the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl was even denser than the divine origin essence. It was indeed a rare treasure. It would definitely be twice the result with half the effort for cultivation. You are not dead yet? Elder Taoist Wu Da pointed at Jiang Chen. He covered his face and looked at Jiang Chen. His body trembled. He had stolen the Five Thunders decree from Jiang Chen. Could it be that Jiang Chen is here to take revenge? We are really brought together by fate. Elder Taoist Wu Da, Why don't you take a look and see if I will have a bloody calamity? Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed and said Lang Lang while looking at elder Taoist Wu Da. Cough cough. Brother Jiang, you really know how to joke. Ha ha ha, we are naturally brought together by fate. However, with me here, you can rest assured. Even if there is a bloody calamity, I will definitely help you avoid it. This is my specialty, so I naturally won't just stand by and watch. Elder Taoist Wu Da's face was filled with righteousness. He looked at Jiang Chen and nodded his head. I don't care about a bloody calamity. However, I want to ask Elder Taoist Wu Da if you have played enough with the Five Thunders Decree? Jiang Chen's words caused Elder Taoist Wu Da's body to tremble. He could only smile. However, he could see that Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like it was really hard for him to explain the Five Thunders Decree to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, listen to me. You should be able to trust my words, right? I don't believe you. Jiang Chen shook his head and stretched out his hand. Chapter 3499. Old Taoist Wu Da smiled bitterly. Brother Jiang Chen, you really should believe me. That Five Thunders edict flew away by itself. I could not catch it at all. If I had it, I would definitely give it to you. Now that my life is in your hands, do I still have any room to refute? If you don't hand over the Five Thunders edict, then I can only apologize. I will use your life to exchange for the Five Thunders edict. After you die, I will search your body. The Five Thunders edict will definitely be mine. Who knows? There might even be some treasures. Jiang Chen smiled. Yes, beat him up, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, drink his blood. Who asked him to be so shameless to even dare to snatch my orb of spiritual force? Luckily, I am talented and the heavens help me. Humph, if it wasn't for me, I would have been taken advantage of by you. The girl said fiercely, glaring at him fiercely as if she wanted to eat him alive. The girl was a little mischievous. She did not seem to be joking at all. Grand Aunt, although I was confused for a moment, when did I take advantage of you? Don't talk nonsense. Old Taoist Wu Da said bitterly. Jiang Chen was startled. This little girl really dared to speak. A child's words carried no harm. Looking at her cute and playful appearance, one could not help but laugh. I'll return the orb of spiritual force to you. Jiang Chen returned the 10,000 years orb to her. The girl smiled at Jiang Chen. Her lips were filled with playfulness and innocence. Her smile was mellow and youthful. Brother is still the best. You don't take advantage of me. Is grateful, thank you. Jiang Chen shook his head. His gaze once again landed on old Taoist Wu Da. This guy had swindled, stole, and committed all sorts of crimes. He was an unscrupulous Taoist, and he refused to mend his ways. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen bumping into him today, he might have already escaped. Jiang Chen was also very nervous about his Five Thunders edict. You have to believe me, Brother Jiang Chen. The Five Thunder edict really ran away on its own. I have no idea where it went. Old Taoist Wu Da said with a bitter expression. He could not help but let out a sigh. He glanced at Jiang Chen and became extremely sorrowful. That day, I was also muddle-headed. After the incident, I was filled with remorse and wanted nothing more than to commit suicide as an apology. Then why don't you die? Jiang Chen said coldly. At the end of the day, I did not commit suicide to atone for my sins because the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living beings. However, I've been waiting every day and looking forward to it every night, hoping that one day I can atone for my sins in front of Brother Jiang. I hope that you can forgive me for my unintentional actions back then. I'll do anything to thank you for your kindness. Wu Da danced with joy and swore in all sincerity. He did not feel embarrassed at all and had a feeling of being in charge. He spoke passionately. If Jiang Chen was not the person involved, he might even believe it. Your words are better than a song. I want my Five Thunders edict. If you don't have it, you can only atone for your sins with your death. Jiang Chen's stubborn gaze made Wu Da feel extremely helpless. He had said so much, but Jiang Chen still wanted the Five Thunders edict. Everything I said is true. The Five Thunders edict flew away by itself. Wu Da didn't expect that the Five Thunder edict would be so strange. He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He thought that he had snatched a treasure, but he didn't expect that not only would he fly away, he would also cause trouble for him. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Could it be that what this guy said was true? Now that he was on the chopping block, there was no longer a need for him to lie to Jiang Chen. Under Jiang Chen's coercion, it was clear that he had nothing else to say. Then you better take out a treasure that is on par with the Five Thunders Edict. Otherwise, I'll still take your life and all the good stuff will be mine. Since the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living beings, I'll give you a way out. Don't you dare not cherish it. Isn't that right, Miss Ing-er? By the time Jiang Chen turned around, Ing-er had already disappeared without a trace. Even he did not notice her. That little girl actually disappeared into thin air? Old Taoist Wu Da's face was filled with shock and disbelief. In the short time that the two of them were speaking, it was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Thank you, big brother. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. See you later. Ing-er's sweet voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen smiled. In the end, he raised his head and looked at old Taoist Wu Da. Since this guy did not want to hand over the Five Thunders Edict, Jiang Chen would definitely make him spit out some ivory. Brother Jiang Chen, you actually don't believe me. This poor Taoist is really too sad. You and I can be considered to have fought side by side, and we've known each other for a while. Yet, you actually want to force this poor Taoist to the path of death. Old Taoist Wu Da lamented bitterly. He pounded his chest and stamped his feet. If you don't want to die, then hurry up. Killing one of you is not too much, and killing one of you is not too little. Jiang Chen's smile was cold. Old Taoist Wu Da did not dare to be negligent. Previously, he had seen Jiang Chen's methods. Otherwise, he would not be so afraid of Jiang Chen. Sigh, I treated Lord Jiang with sincerity, but Lord Jiang did not treat me with sincerity. This really makes this poor Taoist sigh. Hey, look, brother Jiang, there's someone over there. Old Taoist Wu Da pointed to the distance. Needless to say, Jiang Chen also felt two extremely strong forces rushing over. Within a radius of 10,000 li, smoke rose from all directions. The wind howled and the cranes cried. Countless strength swept across the sky. The surrounding ancient trees were destroyed, and birds and beasts were frightened away. The imposing manner was terrifying. What a strong aura! Jiang Chen frowned. At this moment, the two figures instantly stepped on the air and arrived. Their terrifying imposing manner wreaked havoc, causing the fish in the moat to be affected. Jiang Chen and old Taoist Wu Da had no choice but to quickly retreat. How dare you come to my dragon clan and behave atrociously? The people from the slaughter tower are getting more and more arrogant. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe had a gloomy face. He was not angry, but he was imposing. He stared at the black-clothed man in front of him with a murderous look. The dragon clan is not a forbidden area. Why can't I come? The black-clothed man sneered. He was also quite disdainful towards the middle-aged man's question. Then today, I can only force you back to the dragon clan and treat you well. Humph! The yellow-robed man immediately stood up and walked towards the black-clothed man. Slaughter tower. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and stared at the black-clothed man. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the anger in Jiang Chen's heart was ignited once again. He did not even care about old Taoist Wu Da who was beside him. There was only one thought in his heart, and that was to crush the black-clothed man's bones and scatter his soul. Jiang Chen knew that his strength was far from enough. In order to resist the slaughter tower, his strength must at least reach the mid-divine emperor realm or late divine emperor realm. But now, his two wives were kidnapped and he could not do anything. He did not even know who kidnapped them. He only knew that they were in the slaughter tower. No one could understand the anger and self-blame in Jiang Chen's heart. He hated the slaughter tower to the bone. Now that he saw the people from the slaughter tower, his first thought was that Jiang Chen wanted to kill him. At least, he could weaken the power of the slaughter tower. Everyone from the slaughter tower should die. Chapter 3500. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with determination. Only by killing this black-clothed man would he be able to calm the anger in his heart. He knew that this man might not know about him, but as a member of the slaughter tower, all of them deserved to die. This was a devil-like organization. Killing them was equivalent to enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Although Jiang Chen might be a little extreme now, these people must be killed. The people from the Divine Tower actually came to the Dragon Clan. Looks like this fella is here to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. But he was discovered by the people of the Dragon clan. This is bad luck. Old Taoist Wu De murmured. The strength of the middle-aged man was stronger than the people from the Divine Tower. Although it was hard to tell who would win, Jiang Chen seemed to be eager to fight. Old Taoist Wu De could see that Jiang Chen hated the people from the Divine Tower to the bone. I am here to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. What right do you have to punish me? What right do you have to kill me? The black-clothed man said coldly. He looked at the yellow-robed man fearlessly. My dragon clan can't do anything to you since you came to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. But you're a thief, acting recklessly in my dragon clan. Do you think this is your divine tower? You come and go as you please. Humph. I will capture you and bring you back to the dragon clan today. The yellow-robed man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. His body shot out like lightning. The two of them exchanged blows once again. A terrifying gale swept across the entire mountain range. Giant rocks were thrown into the air, creating a deafening sound. Old Taoist Wu De took the opportunity to escape. Although Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, the hatred he felt from the man from the slaughter tower was much higher. Jiang Chen only had one thought now, and that was to kill this person. The black-clothed man and the yellow-robed man fought for a long time. Both of them used all their skills. Although the black-clothed man was talented and strong, the yellow-robed man was a mid-divine emperor while the black-clothed man was only a peak early divine emperor. Although he had some amazing skills, this was the territory of the dragon clan. Even a strong dragon wouldn't be able to suppress a local serpent, but you actually fought with a local dragon. That's the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Jiang Chen was waiting for an opportunity to make a move from the beginning to the end, and he wasn't anxious to make a move. The intense battle between the two of them was becoming more and more difficult, and they had exhausted more than half of their strength. It had to be said that the strength of the person in the pagoda caused Jiang Chen to have a whole new level of respect for him. However, the yellow-robed middle-aged man wasn't to be outdone either, and the two of them were in a heated battle, and for a time, neither of them could do anything to the other. Stubborn resistance. Today, I will definitely kill you here. The yellow-robed man roared. With a shake of his body, a gigantic golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon soared through the 9 heavens, laughing proudly in the sky. The gigantic dragon that was 100 zhang tall spiraled up into the sky, blotting out the sun. Its aura was terrifying. However, the black-robed man was not flustered at all. He swallowed a pill and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He even reached the mid-divine emperor realm, surpassing the yellow-robed man. What a powerful pill! Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This kind of pill that forcefully increased one's strength was extremely harmful to the human body. Even a divine emperor expert couldn't avoid it. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what pill the black-robed man had swallowed, forcefully increasing one's strength was equivalent to sacrificing one's profound qi and talent. It was very likely that after this battle, the black-robed man's strength would not be able to recover even after 100 years. However, at this moment, the black-robed man's strength had increased by a lot, and he instantly suppressed the dragon. With a wave of his hand, a monstrous might appeared, and the golden dragon couldn't withstand it at all. Punch after punch, the sky changed color. The might of the pill caused the golden dragon to be in an extremely difficult situation. It had completely lost its advantage and had even started to decline. Facing the black-robed man's unparalleled pressure, even though the dragon was 100 zhang tall and it was flying in the sky, it still couldn't withstand the black-robed man's pressure. The dragon's shadow spiraled, shaking the heavens and earth. However, the black-robed man's deterrent force was terrifying. He soared into the sky and stepped on the dragon, striking several times consecutively. The golden dragon's roar shook the heavens, and it sounded a little hoarse and determined. How dare you fight with me? Do you think that my Buddha pagoda is a pushover? You want to bring me back to punish me? You don't have the ability to do so. The dragon clan is just ha. As the black-robed man turned around, he punched out. His aura was so strong that it could dominate the heavens and earth. The 100 zhang tall dragon's shadow was smashed down from the sky, and it was in grave danger. A series of punches landed on the dragon's body. The black-robed man's chi soared into the sky, and he wanted to suppress the golden dragon with the momentum of a bull. At this moment, the golden dragon seemed to be helpless. Facing the black-robed man who had swallowed the pill, he was no longer a match for him. Being beaten up in front of his own home was not a good feeling. Go to hell! The black-robed man shouted angrily. He gripped the long spear in his hand and soared into the sky, shooting the spear into the dragon's body. Instantly, the golden dragon's world spun, and it fell heavily onto the ground. 100 zhong deep pit was formed, and it was badly mutilated. You bastard! The dragon clan will not let you off. Our dragon clan will pay you back double for today's enmity. The golden dragon roared again and again, but it was still being stepped on by the black-robed man. At this moment, even the arrogance of the dragon clan seemed to be very pale and powerless. You are already a dragon on the verge of death, and you still want to fight with me? You must be dreaming. It is said that the dragon tendons of the dragon clan are good stuff. Today, I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. The black-robed man sneered, and his killing intent shot out. This is the moment. Jiang Chen's eyes were like hooks, and he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand. He descended from the sky, and directly attacked the black-robed man. The giant cauldron shook the sky, and it was terrifying. The black-robed man suddenly raised his head, but he was no longer able to fight against Jiang Chen. The battle strength in his body came and went quickly, and there was not even a tenth of it left. At this moment, Jiang Chen's attack descended from the sky, and it almost took half of the black-robed man's life. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the black-robed man rolled down in a panic. Want to leave? This is not something you can decide. Jiang Chen sneered, and he raised his sword. The heavenly dragon sword's shadow wreaked havoc, and the 19th blade cut through the rainbow, blocking the black-robed man's path. The sword shadows in the sky made the black-robed man's face pale, and he had nowhere to hide. Even the golden dragon's eyes were filled with shock. What a terrifying guy. Who is this person? The golden dragon murmured. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he did not expect to meet such an expert. The towering giant cauldron suppressed everything, and the thousands of swords returned to their origin. Who are you? Why did you attack me? I am from the Buddha Pagoda. If you dare to kill me, the Buddha Pagoda will not rest until you die. The black-robed man shouted angrily, and the fear in his heart instantly surged into his mind. I'm sorry, if you are not from the Buddha Pagoda, I will not attack you. I specialize in killing the people from the Buddha Pagoda, not for anything else, but to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Jiang Chen sneered, and he did not even give the black-robed man a chance to speak. The limitless sword, and the thousands of swords returned to Jiang Chen's hand. As for the black-robed man, he slowly fell down, and his soul was taken away. The thousands of swords pierced through his heart, and he was badly mutilated. The people from the Buddha Pagoda should die. Chapter 35:01. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and decisive. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, the person from the Slaughter Pagoda was killed by Jiang Chen. At this moment, the golden dragon once again turned into the yellow-robed middle-aged man. Seeing Jiang Chen kill the black-clothed man, he was both surprised and shocked. Where did this guy come from? He clearly knew that the black-clothed man was there, yet he still killed him. Wasn't this asking for trouble from the Slaughter Pagoda? Although it was shocking, it was also admirable. The yellow-robed middle-aged man admired Lin Fan for daring to challenge a stronger force. Are you all right? Jiang Chen turned around and saw the yellow-robed middle-aged man on the verge of death. He pulled out the spear from his body and asked in a low voice. I'm fine, but I need to rest for a period of time. Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, this old life of mine would have ended here. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. You're too kind. I just saw injustice on the road. Moreover, I've always hated the people from the Slaughter Pagoda. Killing him was just doing justice for the heavens. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. The yellow-robed middle-aged man could not help but give him a thumbs up. I'm Long Jingza, a member of the Dragon Clan. May I know why you're here? I'm here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. I'm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. Long Jingza came to a sudden realization. He looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn face. It seemed that there were more and more people participating in the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, this guy's strength was not bad. He should be able to achieve something. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. The Dragon Clan's Rising Dragon Banquet is not only for members of the Dragon Clan. As long as you have the bloodline of the King of Beasts or the bloodline of a divine beast, you can participate. With Brother Jiang Chen's strength, you'll definitely get a good ranking. Huh. Long Jingze nodded. I hope so. Since Brother Long is seriously injured, I'll bring you back. That's great. Thank you. Jiang Chen and Long Jingze entered the Dragon Clan without any obstruction. The Rising Dragon Banquet was a grand gathering of the Dragon Tribe. It was held once every 10 million years. People with the bloodline of the divine beasts and the Dragon Tribe would rush over from all directions to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Once one was recognized as the king of the Rising Dragon Banquet, he would be able to receive the inheritance of the ancient true dragon. This was extremely important even for the genius disciples of the Dragon Tribe. Once one obtained the inheritance of the ancient true dragon, it would be like a fish leaping in the ocean and a bird soaring in the sky. Therefore, every Rising Dragon Banquet had hundreds or even thousands of participants. The weakest among them had to be at the late Hierarch realm. That was the minimum requirement for the Rising Dragon Banquet. The Dragon Clan was much bigger than Jiang Chen had imagined. In the depths of the Grand Cloud Mountain, there was a natural barrier of mist and forest. Clouds and mist lingered around the place. The Dragon Clan's protective formation was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. Even Jiang Chen couldn't compare to it. At least, it wasn't something that could be broken easily. As the strongest demon clan in the entire Central Region Divine Land, the supreme of all beasts, the strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. Along the way, everyone needed to go through a series of checks before they could enter the Dragon Tribe. However, Jiang Chen directly followed Long Jingze and entered the Dragon Tribe without any checks. In order to save Long Jingze, Jiang Chen had directly killed the man whose identity had already been confirmed. Long Jingze did not doubt it at all. There weren't many people who dared to kill a man from the Buddha Tower. Even if it was him, he might not dare to kill the man on the spot. At least, he would capture the man and interrogate him. However, Jiang Chen's decisiveness in killing had truly shocked him. When Jiang Chen stepped into the Dragon Tribe, the ancestral Dragon Emperor who was in the Zulong Tower felt a strong soul fluctuation. Jiang Chen knew that this old man had not returned to the Dragon Tribe for a long time. It was understandable that he was afraid of returning home. However, the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not reveal his identity directly. He was afraid that the people of the Dragon Tribe would be afraid of him. He did not know if there were still people with evil intentions in the Dragon Tribe. Therefore, even after the ancestral Dragon Emperor had entered the Dragon Tribe, he was still excited. The trembling of the Zulong Tower was enough to prove everything. No matter how powerful he was, this was his home, his root, a threshold that he could never cross. To the ancestral Dragon Emperor, he had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The moment he entered the Dragon Tribe, he became restless. If he still had the demeanor he had in the past, he would have returned a long time ago. It was a pity that the fall of the ancestral Dragon Emperor was related to the traitors in the Dragon Tribe. Now, he did not know if the true leaders were still in the Dragon Tribe. The Dragon Tribe was divided. Even now, there were still many branches. However, there was only one true Dragon Tribe. In the Dragon Tribe, there were hundreds of flowers competing with each other. The mountain spring flowed and the scenery was beautiful. It made people feel carefree. The density of the spiritual aura was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. He dared to conclude that there must be an incomparably huge dragon vein here. Long Jingze brought Jiang Chen to the meeting hall of the Dragon Tribe. At this moment, the 8 elders were sitting upright. There were also many young people standing on the left and right. Seeing that Long Jingze had returned with serious injuries, everyone's face turned solemn. 9th Elder, how did this happen? How did he suffer such serious injuries? 9th Elder's injuries are serious. Hurry up and get the elixir. 9th Elder, are you all right? Many people gathered around with serious expressions. Long Jingze waved his hand, indicating that he was not in danger. Elders, the person from the slaughter pagoda has been killed. As soon as Long Jingze's voice fell, everyone held their breath. After all, the strength of the slaughter pagoda was obvious to all. It was one of the strongest forces in the Central Region Divine Land. It was as famous as the Marshal Dan Hall. The 8-divisional pagoda shook the world. Who dared to compete with it? Even the Dragon Tribe, the supreme of all beasts, might not be able to go against it. The person from the slaughter pagoda was killed. Moreover, it was a divine emperor realm expert. This was definitely not a small matter. What? The person from the slaughter pagoda is dead? 9th Elder, Could it be that you killed the person from the Slaughter Pagoda? The person from the Slaughter Pagoda deserves to die. Humph. They wanted to steal information from our dragon tribe. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Some people were indignant and praised the ninth elder. However, there were also some people who were worried. They were afraid that the person from the Slaughter Pagoda would do something out of line. The meeting hall was filled with whispers. Everyone was worried. In this troubled time, the Rising Dragon Banquet was imminent. Killing an expert from the Slaughter Pagoda might not be good news for the dragon tribe. That's enough. Ninth brother, tell me exactly what has happened to this matter. Chapter 3502. Jiang Chen did not expect that he would save an elder of the dragon clan after casually killing someone from the slaughter tower. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like his trip to the dragon clan was quite smooth. As the saying goes, it's easy to get things done in the imperial court. With the ninth elder around, he would be able to save a lot of trouble in the dragon clan. Yes, great elder. The ninth elder nodded and continued. That black-clothed man was sneaky and wanted to steal the secrets of the dragon clan. However, after we discovered him, he ran away. I chased after him and fought with him for 300 rounds. In the end, I was severely injured by the person from the slaughter tower. Fortunately, Brother Jiang Chen killed the person from the slaughter tower and saved me. Wah! The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone had a solemn expression as they stared at Jiang Chen. No one had expected that the person who killed the man from the Slaughter Pagoda wasn't the ninth elder, but this unknown young man. Instantly, Jiang Chen became the focal point of the crowd. This guy killed the person from the Slaughter Tower? Who is he? How could he be so arrogant? Yeah, he even dared to kill the person from the Slaughter Tower. This guy must have an extraordinary background. It's hard to say. It seems like this guy is most likely here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. To be able to match the ninth elder in strength, this guy will definitely be a strong competitor in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Bullshit. Do you really think he can kill the expert from the Slaughter Tower? Didn't you hear? Even the ninth elder almost failed miserably in an easy task, and that fellow was only picking up the scraps. If it wasn't for the ninth elder and the members of the Buddha's pagoda being heavily injured, it would be strange if he could kill them. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He did not move at all. He was neither servile nor overbearing. The 9 great elders of the dragon clan were not weak. All of them were mid-divine emperors. The great elder and the 2 people beside him were so strong that he could not see through their cultivation bases. He estimated that they should be late divine emperors. Jiang Chen was also unable to catch up to them. It seems like the dragon tribe was indeed worthy of being called the great tribe of the Central Plains. Even though they were located deep within the mountains, they were still able to become one of the great tribes of the Central Plains. This strength was not something that any tribe could possess. Jiang Chen, are you here to attend the Rising Dragon Banquet? The first elder's eyes shone like torches as he met Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen nodded his head. His expression was calm. In front of the first elder of the dragon tribe, there was no trace of fear on his face. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Who are you? Why did you come to our dragon clan's Rising Dragon Banquet? The first elder asked. To be able to attend the Rising Dragon Banquet, one must naturally possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Central Plains Divine Land, Sword-Drawing Sect, 9th Sword Master. Jiang Chen said faintly. He took out the sword token and revealed his identity. At this moment, he did not want to reveal his identity so early. Moreover, his bloodline was bestowed by the ancestral Dragon Emperor. It was the purest bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Sword-Drawing Sect? There is indeed such a sect. Countless years ago, I once went to the Central Plains Divine Land. The Sword-Drawing Sect is considered as a famous sect in the Central Plains. To be able to become one of the 9 great sword masters, it seems like your strength is extraordinary. If you can pass the test of the Rising Dragon Banquet, perhaps you should throw away the sword token in your hand. The first elder joked with a faint smile on his face. As long as the person was not killed by the Dragon Clan, he had nothing to worry about. This fellow was from the sword-drawing sect. Therefore, even if the people from the Slaughter Tower were to look for the first elder, they would definitely look for the sword-drawing sect. What did it have to do with the Dragon Clan? At this moment, this matter was not a big deal to the Great Elder and the Dragon Clan. Putting aside the fact that the members of the Divine Slaughter Tower were not killed by the Dragon Clan, even if they were, the Divine Slaughter Tower might not dare to openly kill their way into the Dragon Clan. That was why the Great Elder was so fearless. The urgent matter at hand was to settle the Rising Dragon Banquet first. Everything else could be postponed. After all, in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, there was only a little bit of resources. The Rising Dragon Banquet was of utmost importance. That's true. Other than the Dragon Clan, all other sects are trash. Ha! A wild roar appeared in the meeting room. The two Dragon Tribe guards were unable to stop him. A young man wearing silver armor and a silver crown on his head waved his sleeves and stood up with a prideful face. Greetings, elders of the Dragon Clan. I'm Ao Lai from the Eastern Dragon Clan. Ao Lai said with a faint smile. However, he did not show any respect at all. Jiang Chen turned around and saw the man with the silver crown. The man had an arrogant face and his strength was pretty good too. He was no different from Jiang Chen. Ao Lai. It's the people from the Eastern Dragon Clan. These fellas have always been arrogant and disrespectful. How dare you barge into the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan? A young man with a golden spear in his hand looked at Ao Lai with disdain and shouted. Although the spear radiance was out of his body, it was ready to fight. Joke. If I'm not wrong, only Divine Emperor Realm experts are qualified to step into this meeting hall, right? Only the rest of the people can enter with the permission of the elders of the clan. As a member of the Dragon Clan, don't tell me that I don't even have the right to enter the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan? This is not a place for a little brat like you to criticize. Ha! Ao Lai sneered. You are not allowed to call me little brat. It will be effortless for me to kill you. Do you dare to fight to the death with me on the dragon subduing platform? Long Xiaoquan had the appearance of a young man, but his courage was astonishing. His strength was at the initial Divine Emperor realm. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Ao Lai shook his head as disdain flashed across his eyes. Xiaoquan stepped down. The first elder's unquestionable voice appeared in the hall. Long Xiaoquan's face darkened, but there was nothing he could do. With a cold snort, he could only withdraw. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Dragon Clan was not completely united. At the very least, the Eastern Dragon Clan sounded like a branch of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the members of the Eastern Dragon Clan did not seem to like the members of the Dragon Clan. The members of the Eastern Dragon Clan are also members of the Dragon Clan. You are only a small part of the Dragon Clan. You can naturally go to the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan. There is no need to pursue this matter, the first elder said indifferently. When he said a small part, he emphasized the words a small part, causing everyone present to wear a proud expression. Ao Lai snorted coldly, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. My Eastern Dragon Clan naturally belongs to the Dragon Clan. However, we only listen to the clan leader. Others may not have the right to criticize here. I, Ao Lai, am determined to win the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. Ao Lai said solemnly and confidently. Chapter 3503. Long Xiaoquan clenched his long spear and stomped on the floor of the hall. Ao Lai's face turned even colder. Ha ha ha, isn't it a little too early to say that? Ao Lai, have you asked me, Ao Impermanence? A man stepped on a cloud and floated in the air. His eyes were like golden crystals and he was dressed in luxurious robes. He had a refined temperament and held a folding fan in his hand. He had a burly body and looked down at the sky. It's him. It's Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe. This guy is not easy to deal with. It looks like the Rising Dragon Banquet this time will be a fierce battle. This guy is known as the strongest genius of the Northern Dragon Tribe. He must be aiming to win the Rising Dragon Banquet this time around. Yes, but isn't that the case every time? More and more divine beasts and even people with the Dragon Tribe's bloodline are rushing to the Dragon Tribe to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet in an attempt to get a share of the spoils. Countless experts are coming one after another. But which time has it not been the Dragon Tribe who has reached the top? In terms of talent, those guys are no match for us. Only those with the true Dragon Tribe's bloodline can make it to the end. That's right. The Rising Dragon Banquet belongs to the Dragon Tribe. If an outsider were to win, wouldn't we be laughing our heads off? The arrival of Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe made the experts of the Dragon Tribe extremely solemn. However, they were still confident that the dragon tribe would win the championship. The Rising Dragon Banquet is around the corner. Looks like you are unwilling to part with this fat piece of meat.
Aolai looked at Ao Impermanence and sneered.
Greetings, Great Elder.
Ao Impermanence glanced at the Great Elder and waved his folding fan confidently.
The Rising Dragon Banquet is a grand gathering of the Dragon Tribe. As a member of the Dragon Tribe, how can I be absent? Doesn't the Eastern Dragon Tribe always consider themselves to be the Orthodox tribe? Why are you here to join in now? The gathering of the Dragon Clan is a place where all of the clans are paying their respects. How can you all act rashly? Back down. The first elder spoke in a faint voice.
However, his voice spread over a 5,000-kilometer radius.
Everyone involuntarily took a step back. Jiang Chen was no exception. He could clearly see a trace of displeasure on the first elder's face. These two fellows from the Eastern Dragon Tribe and Northern Dragon Tribe had actually usurped the host in the meeting room of the Dragon Tribe. It was no wonder the first elder was so furious. In an instant, everyone was incomparably respectful, not daring to act rashly. Today, Ninth Brother has made great contributions. He vowed to fight the enemy with his life and is the role model of our Dragon Clan. As for little brother Jiang Chen, he has killed a strong enemy for our Dragon Clan. We should treat him with respect and show our gratitude. I will give you 10 spiritual power orbs. I hope you like them.
The Great Elder's voice was deep and unquestionable.
With a wave of his hand, 10 spiritual power orbs appeared in front of Jiang Chen. 10 spiritual power beads were already a very valuable gift. Although they were not as valuable as dragon beads, they were also unique cultivation items of the Dragon Tribe. As long as they could gather more spiritual chi to aid in cultivation, even the people of the Dragon Tribe could only get 1 spiritual power bead every 100 years. Moreover, the grade of the spiritual power bead was not as good as these 10 spiritual power beads. Jiang Chen was surprised by the 10 spiritual power orbs.
They were exactly the same as the 10,000-year spiritual power orb that Ing-Er had.
Thank you, First Elder. Jiang Chen nodded and accepted the 10,000-year spiritual power orb. The Rising Dragon Banquet is imminent. If anyone dares to cause any trouble, I will not tolerate it.
After that, the Grand Elder slowly stood up.
His strength as a late Divine Emperor was fully displayed. No one dared to go against him and no one dared to doubt his words. Use your pills to treat his injuries and gain his trust. I have something I want to ask him. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, everyone left the meeting hall. Jiang Chen also left with Long Jingzi. Your injury should not be fatal. This healing pill should be able to help you recover a little. Jiang Chen took out a healing pill. Suddenly, Long Jingzi's eyes lit up. He looked around excitedly. Brother Jiang, this is not right. This is a divine grade pill. Although Long Jingzi said so, he was very greedy for the divine grade pill in Jiang Chen's hand. Such a pill was something that even Divine Emperor experts would go after like a flock of ducks. It was a great fortune to be able to get one. The value of such a pill was self-evident. This pill was a healing pill that Jiang Chen refined when he had nothing to do. It was not a divine grade pill but a peak immortal grade pill. However, the grade of the pill refined by Jiang Chen was much higher than anyone else. It was almost the same as a low-grade divine grade pill. Otherwise, how could Long Jingzi be so shocked? Don't worry, it's just a healing medicinal pill.
Your injuries are so serious, if you want to slowly heal yourself, you'll need at least 100 years to recover 50 to 60%.
I'm an alchemist, so this medicinal pill isn't too valuable to me. Jiang Chen smiled. Long Jingzi's eyes lit up. He was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. An alchemist at the Divine Emperor realm who could refine divine-grade medicinal pills. Even in the Martial Dan Hall or the Buddhist pagoda, such an identity would not be rejected, right? Moreover, Jiang Chen was so low-key. He didn't even want to reveal his identity in the main hall. He didn't want to be associated with those arrogant people. This made people sigh. This was the gap between them. The so-called Ao Impermanence, Ao Lai, and even Long Xueqi, who he had watched grow up, might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Moreover, a divine-grade alchemist was terrifying. Even he had to treat him with respect. Not only did Jiang Chen save his life, but he also gave him a divine-grade pill. Even for an alchemist, a divine-grade pill was extremely difficult to refine. This great kindness made Long Jingze feel extremely grateful towards Jiang Chen. The people of the Dragon Clan had always been grateful, especially to a big shot like him. However, Jiang Chen's kindness made him feel ashamed. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be an alchemist.
No wonder he could become one of the sword masters of the sword-drawing sect.
His talent is indeed unparalleled. Then this pill. I will accept it for the time being. I really can't repay Brother Jiang Chen's kindness. Now that you have given me a pill, I am even more ashamed. Long Jingze sighed, but he still took the pill from Jiang Chen's hand. He was extremely envious and even reluctant to swallow it immediately. Brother Long, you don't have to do this. Just eat it directly. I guarantee that you will be full of vigor within a month. The old injuries from before will definitely be swept away. Jiang Chen smiled. Is it really so magical? All right, I will eat it. Long Jingze took a deep breath and swallowed the pill. He had a look of enjoyment on his face.
He could not help but exclaim, "Ah,
it's so delicious." Chapter 3504. Long Jingze was incomparably shocked by the power of the divine-grade medicinal pill. His body had recovered a lot in a short period of time. Such a heavy injury couldn't be seen at all. Long Jingze had a look of enjoyment on his face. He was extremely grateful to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, this medicinal pill of yours is really a divine medicine. This time, thanks to you, I was able to survive. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Jingze's face was solemn. He sighed in his heart. The experts of the Shadow Slaughtering Pagoda were very strong, so much so that he almost failed miserably. There's no need to say these things. It's just a small effort. Elder Long is too serious. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, Brother Jiang, you don't have to be so polite with me. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Long. Isn't it great that we call each other brothers? Ha! Long Jingze's body had recovered a lot. The smile on his face had also increased. All right. However, I have a lot of doubts in my heart. Brother Long, could it be that the Dragon Clan is also divided into the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Long Jingze glanced around and saw that there was no one around. He said in a low voice, if it was someone else, I would absolutely not say it. However, Brother Jiang is not an outsider, so I will speak frankly. Our Dragon Clan has long been divided. Sigh, although the Dragon Clan has occupied the absolute initiative these years, the forces of the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, they have colluded with many outsiders and have been eyeing the Dragon Clan covetously. It is very likely that they will pose a great threat to the Dragon Clan. What you see now is only the surface. Long Jingze's face was full of sighs. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the current situation. It was very pessimistic. In that case, the Dragon Clan indeed has internal and external troubles. After all, the biggest foundation of the Dragon Clan is still here. Could it be that they can overturn the sky? Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, you may not know this, but there used to be 3 Dragon Kings in our Dragon Clan. They were all extremely powerful and could be regarded as the real 3 chariots of the Dragon Clan. Each of them was extremely powerful. They were the 3 supreme elders of our Dragon Clan. However, they eventually split because of disagreements with the Dragon Clan. After the split, Elder Ao Dong led his clansmen to establish the Eastern Dragon Clan. Elder Ao Bei led his clansmen to establish the Northern Dragon Clan. Only Elder Ao Ing stayed in the Dragon Clan. He was also the last supreme elder. It is said that in the history of the Dragon Clan, these few people were quite powerful. They even witnessed the tragedy of the primordial era. The 3 of them were too powerful, so they finally split, making it hard for any party to do anything to the other party. However, once the Dragon Clan has a grand event, they would not miss it. Therefore, gradually, the situation of the tripartite confrontation appeared. However, the Grand Cloud Mountain is the root of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, even the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are afraid of this place. The strength of the 2 clans is almost the same as the current Dragon Clan. However, we don't know how many enemies they have colluded with. If that's the case, then the Dragon Clan will be in imminent danger. Especially not long ago, our Dragon Clan received news that the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are going to make a big move this time. They are likely to cause harm to the Dragon Clan. Their target is this rising dragon banquet. It's highly possible that they will make their move.
As long as they can take the lead, I believe that they will seize the opportunity to attack.
Long Jingzi said worriedly. As an elder of the dragon clan, he also sighed in his heart. However, he was only a low-ranking elder. What he could do was minimal. Why do I have to tell you this? Haze, it's really disappointing. I've let Brother Jiang see a joke. Hehe.
Long Jingzi laughed and shook his head.
It doesn't matter. Brother Long has told me this. It means that you treat me as your brother. I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who doesn't know what's good for him. I will definitely not spread what Brother Long has said to anyone else. If there's anything I can help you with during this Rising Dragon banquet, just say the word. I will definitely not reject you. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen said seriously. How could I dare to trouble Brother Jiang? You've saved my life and even gave me a divine-grade medicinal pill. My heart is naturally filled with gratitude. Even though I've made great contributions to the sect, I haven't seen a single divine-grade medicinal pill. Long Jingzi said with a face full of self-mockery. You can't say it like that. Every family has its own difficulties. I'm afraid that outsiders don't know about the Dragon Clan's situation. However, others may not understand the difficulties of the Dragon Clan. Brother Long's words made me sigh. If I can help the Dragon Clan in this Rising Dragon banquet, I will definitely suppress the arrogance of the Eastern and Northern Dragon Clans. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Long Jingzi's face was filled with joy as he nodded his head heavily. If younger brother Jiang is willing to do so, elder brother Long will thank you on behalf of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, if their arrogance is inflated, the days of our Dragon Clan will be even more difficult. Regardless of whether they will take advantage of the Rising Dragon banquet to stir up trouble, it will still be a big blow. The Dragon Tribe is really in troubled times. In that case, Brother Long, is that Grand Elder that you mentioned still alive? Could it be that he was just going to watch all of this happen and not do anything about it? After all, the Dragon Clan is the most powerful Divine Beast clan in the entire Divine world. No one can surpass them. However, there are also many people who are eyeing the Dragon Clan covetously. I'm afraid that your opponents won't be willing to be left alone, right? Jiang Chen sighed. Brother Jiang's words have hit the nail on the head. However, even I don't know whether the Great Supreme Elder is still alive. Not to mention those enemies who may be waiting for an opportunity to strike at any time. However, it is still unknown whether the Great Supreme Elder is dead or not. Because of this, there are very few people who dare to invade the Dragon Clan. However, the Dragon Clan has changed greatly. Not long ago, the Dragon Clan was the most dangerous and prominent clan in the entire Central Region Divine Land. At that time, the 8th Divisional Pagoda had yet to appear. Long Jingzi said in high spirits. When he mentioned the Dragon Clan in the past, his face was filled with pride. That era was the most glorious era of the Dragon Clan. It's a pity that I did not have the chance to witness the glory of the Dragon Clan in that era. Even the Supreme Elder was only a youngster of the Dragon Clan at that time. Every generation has its own geniuses, leading the way for thousands of years. The history of the Dragon Clan is really shocking. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said, It's a pity that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is no longer here. The elders of the Dragon Clan also passed away one after another. When they stepped into the Emperor realm, they turned into ashes. Now that the Dragon Clan is no longer glorious, I am powerless to reverse the situation. Chapter 3505. The rise and fall of the Dragon Clan depends on this. If the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan were to attract enemies, it would be the biggest crisis for the Dragon Clan. Long Jingzi shook his head helplessly. He could only do what he was supposed to do. If the Rising Dragon Banquet were to happen, Jiang Chen might be able to help the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. As for him, he could do nothing. To an elder who loved the Dragon Clan deeply, it was quite a pity. Brother Long said that this is only your guess. It might not be the truth. Brother Long has also said that this is only your guess. It might not be the truth. Hee, don't be too pessimistic. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Just take good care of yourself. I'll go back and rest first. The Rising Dragon Banquet is just around the corner. Brother Long, don't worry. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely do my best. Jiang Chen said righteously. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I shall not send you off. I shall rely on Brother Jiang for the Rising Dragon Banquet. Long Jingzi bid farewell to Jiang Chen. At this moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor let out a long sigh in Jiang Chen's mind. One could see how pessimistic he was. However, Jiang Chen did not know what to say at this moment. Moreover, he did not know about the past of the Dragon Clan. It was impossible for the ancestral Dragon Emperor to not make any mistakes in the history of the Dragon Clan. How long would it take? When would the ancestral Dragon Emperor show himself? To Jiang Chen, this was something that he could not rush. I've already expected the Dragon Clan to split up. Ao Dong and Ao Bei, those two little fellas, when I was still in the Dragon Clan, they were just two insignificant juniors. To think that they have grown to become the real big shots. Now, it seems like the Dragon Clan is in a mess. However, this is a good chance for me to revive the Dragon Clan. I wonder if that person is still in the Dragon Clan. The ancestral Dragon Emperor murmured. At this moment, what you can do for me is to suppress the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan. See if they will make a move. If they dare to go against the Dragon Clan, then they must have something to rely on. At this moment, let's see if that fella will make a move. The rise and fall of the Dragon Clan depends on this. Just like what Long Jingzi said, the Dragon Clan is walking on a tightrope. There are many people who want to drag it down. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said firmly. Jiang Chen nodded. Helping the ancestral Dragon Emperor was also helping Jiang Chen himself. Only by passing the Rising Dragon Banquet could he enter the bottom of the Dragon Clan and receive the inheritance. At that time, not only Jiang Chen, even the ancestral Dragon Emperor would benefit greatly. Therefore, he had to win the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, his opponent would not be that simple. Don't worry. This time, I will definitely give the Dragon Clan an explanation during the Rising Dragon Banquet. At that time, it's all up to you. I have no way to deal with the Dragon Clan. Even if there are strong enemies, it will depend on you, the former ancestral Dragon Emperor, to help us. Jiang Chen smiled. Those who offend my Dragon Clan will be killed no matter how far they are. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice filled with dignity. Even Jiang Chen had never seen such a scene before. It seemed like the ancestral Dragon Emperor was well prepared to return to the Dragon Clan. Whether he could stand on the top of the Dragon Clan and take control of the Dragon Clan was very important to him. 3 days later, the Rising Dragon Banquet began. Thousands of miles of clouds and mountains were covered in mist. On the Grand Cloud Mountains Plaza, there was a platform that looked like it was cut by a sword. It was tens of thousands of meters wide and there were countless people who came to participate. The rule of the Rising Dragon Banquet was that as long as one was a member of the Dragon Clan, or someone with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, or even a divine beast, they could participate. However, once they passed the Rising Dragon Banquet and entered the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, they would become a member of the Dragon Clan and inherit the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. To many people, this was a supreme status. Because the Dragon Clan was the ruler of all beasts, it was not something that any demonic beast or divine beast could compare with. More and more people started to gather on the Grand Cloud Mountains Plaza. This was the capital of the Dragon Clan that was held once every 10 million years. The Rising Dragon Banquet was a merciless battle. Whoever could laugh till the end would be the real winner. And Jiang Chen had the help of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. His strength was not inferior to anyone. Hence, Jiang Chen was determined to win this battle. The crowd was filled with noises. Other than the Dragon Clan, there were many experts who would participate. However, in order to ensure that there were no outsiders, they had to pass through the blood-drinking stage in order to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Otherwise, if they did not meet the requirements, they would be kicked out. I wonder how many people will stay in the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. Ha ha ha, last time, our Dragon Clan took up 60 to 70% of the participants. This time, we will show them what we're made of. Not necessarily. I heard that the North Dragon Clan and the East Dragon Clan are full of confidence. I wonder who will laugh till the end. That's what makes it exciting and exciting. I heard that many experts from the outside are coming here one after another. I wonder who will emerge victorious. It's hard to say. I think our Dragon Clan will come out on top. After all, we are the two heroes of the Dragon Clan. It's not a joke. We will show them what it means to be a great clan. Many people from the Dragon Clan were full of confidence. The two heroes of the Dragon Clan were the strongest geniuses in the past millions of years. They were also the pride of the Dragon Clan. Especially Long Yu, He had never been defeated. Among the young experts, everyone knew how powerful he was. Whether it was the East Dragon Clan or the North Dragon Clan. In the entire barren divine land, Long Yu's name struck fear in everyone. Young geniuses, be quiet. A low and deep voice appeared on the plaza. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. He spoke with a grave expression as he stood in front of a blood-colored stone platform with his hands clasped behind his back. I am the guardian elder of the Dragon Clan, Long Xueqi. This rising dragon banquet will be hosted by me. Next, everyone will have to pass through the blood-drinking stage. Only those whose bloodline is compatible with the blood-drinking stage will be able to enter. Those whose bloodline is not recognized by the Dragon Clan, or those whose bloodline power is lower than the 3rd level, will be disqualified from participating in the Rising Dragon Banquet. All of you take care. Chapter 3506. Blooddringer's Platform? This fella is interesting. Let me go first. A skinny outsider youth took a step forward, stretching out his hand and placing it on the blood drinker platform. Instantly, the blood drinker platform began to shine brightly. Blood slowly rose from the blood drinker platform, reaching 10 levels before finally landing on the 5th level. Even the guardian elder was slightly startled, looking at him in shock. This fella is not simple. Even the Dragon Clan's bloodline power is only at the 7th or 8th level. I guess only the Dragon Clan leader or the Great Elder can reach the 9th level. As for the 10th level, I guess no one can reach it except for the ancestral Dragon Emperor who set up the Blooddringer's platform. That's right. Although the Dragon Clan's bloodline is pure, there are not many who can reach the 7th or 8th level. Most of them are at the 5th or 6th level. This outsider really gave everyone a show of strength the moment he appeared. The people of the Dragon Clan were all shocked. At the same time, there were some who were not convinced and were eager to try. I am the Green Serpent King of the Green Serpent Clan. My bloodline power has more than 50% of the Dragon Clans. I can be considered a part of the Dragon Clan, the Green Serpent King said proudly. Naturally, he had passed the first round of the test. Let me try. A young man from the Dragon Clan stepped forward. It was Long Xueqi whom Jiang Chen had seen in the meeting hall. He held a long spear in his hand and pressed his palm on the Blooddringer's platform. It was the 7th level of bloodline power. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Only when one reaches 70% of bloodline power is the true Dragon Clan's bloodline power. However, as time passes, the Dragon Clan's bloodline power will gradually become thinner. If the bloodline power is not pure enough, it only means that one's talent is average. Xueqi is only second to Long Yu. I am not surprised that he has the 7th level of bloodline power. Yes, we all know Xueqi's strength. Moreover, his talent is not weak either. Other than Long Yu, he should be the strongest genius in the Dragon Clan. The people of the Dragon Clan also valued Long Xueqi very much. This meant that Long Xueqi's strength was clearly very powerful. Moreover, as a member of the Dragon Clan, Long Xueqi was also quite righteous. At the very least, he had defeated countless experts from various races. Long Xueqi looked at everyone proudly, full of dominance. The 7th level of bloodline power was the true mainstream bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Although there were more than 10 geniuses of the Dragon Clan, none of them could reach the 7th level of bloodline power. Almost all of them were at the 6th level. There were also many who had hopes of entering the Rising Dragon Banquet, but in the end, not everyone could participate. If the Dragon Clan's bloodline did not reach the 2nd level, they would be eliminated. In the entire square, some people were happy, while others were sad. It's time for me to take the field. At this moment, Ao Lai of the Eastern Dragon Clan also slowly walked onto the blood-drinking platform. Long Xueqi glanced at Ao Lai and smiled. Isn't this East Dragon Clan's Ao Lai? I hope you won't disappoint me. Little brat, you'll know who the true Dragon Clan Crown Prince is in a while. Ao Lai coldly snorted. He did not continue to talk nonsense with Long Xueqi and directly pressed his hand on the blood-drinking platform. In an instant, light blossomed and swept away the sharpness of that person. In the end, the bloodline power stopped at the 7th level. Although it was slightly better than Long Xueqi's, it was still a distance away from the 8th level of bloodline power. Aren't you also at the 7th level? What are you pretending for? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Xueqi said unhappily.
Although he was suppressed a little, they were both at the 7th level of bloodline power.
What was there to be proud of?
Ao Lai's face was also very calm, as if there was not much fluctuation. Accompanied by a wave of envy, his mood was very calm.
It's my turn. Ao Impermanence sneered.
He was also quite unconvinced with Long Xiaoquan and Ao Lai, but the final result was the same as Ao Lai, still at the 7th level of bloodline power. Although Ao Impermanence was also not very satisfied, the blood drinking platform was very standard. They had always wanted to come and test it, but in the end, they were all at the 7th level of bloodline power. Other than Ao Lai and Long Xiaoquan, he was the third to enter the ranks of the 7th level of bloodline power.
It's Long Yingyue. He's finally here. No one knew who shouted.
In an instant, the entire square burst into an uproar. The guardian elder looked into the distance with a solemn face. A skinny man in white slowly walked over. His appearance was ordinary, and his expression was indifferent. However, his name made the entire younger generation of the Dragon Clan regard him as a mountain. Even Long Xiaoquan had a face full of respect. Evidently, even he had to lower his proud head in front of Long Yingyue.
Long Yingyue. Is that guy Long Yingyue?
Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence both wore solemn faces. Long Yingyue's steps were steady, and his expression was calm. However, he was like a moon surrounded by stars as he slowly walked to the front of the blood-drinking platform.
You've come.
The guardian elder smiled slightly. He only smiled when facing Long Yingyue. From this, it could be seen that Long Yingyue's status in the Dragon Clan was relatively high. Long Yingyue nodded and slowly walked to the front of the blood-drinking platform. His palm gradually extended and pressed on it. The light was restrained, like a halo that lingered on Long Yingyue's palm. However, the halo was extremely dazzling, and no one dared to look directly at it. The scale of his bloodline power skyrocketed at this moment, directly reaching the 8th level. Instantly, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless people silently watched this scene, their eyes filled with shock. There were so many people, but only Long Yingyue had reached the 8th level of bloodline power. Only the Dragon Clan leader could reach the 9th level. Now that he had reached the 8th level, it was enough to prove his talent and the purity of his bloodline. It made people incomparably envious and gasp in amazement. However, Long Yingyue was still incomparably calm, as if he wasn't satisfied. The members of the Dragon Clan all looked at him with incomparable worship. Even the outsiders were no exception. Only Long Yingyue could reach the 8th level of bloodline power. At this moment, Long Yingyue was incomparably calm under everyone's gazes. In the end, I still haven't reached the 9th level. Long Yingyue sighed, shaking his head. However, it made countless people beat their chests and stomp their feet. Jiang Chen also quietly watched this scene. He wondered what level his bloodline power could reach. This is better than pretending. I also want to pretend. Chapter 3507. The 8th level. That's the 8th level of bloodline power. Long Yu is too strong. He's the strongest in our Dragon Clan, or even in all the other clans. An expert from the Dragon Clan said in shock, giving him a thumbs up. Yeah, Long Yu is the hope of our Dragon Clan. To be able to reach the 8th level of bloodline power is definitely unexpected, but within reason. Someone said proudly, his face full of emotions. In the end, Long Yu's strength is still strong enough. Otherwise, how could he have the 8th level of bloodline power? With such a strong bloodline power, he can probably be compared to the elders. Such a person is destined to be extraordinary. This Rising Dragon Banquet should be Long Yu's breakthrough battle. If he takes first place, he will be the true pride of the Dragon Clan. More and more people were extremely excited. They were even more excited than when they had attained the 8th level of bloodline power. Waves of enthusiastic congratulations rang out in the square. Most of them were praising Long Yingyue's strength. This kind of bloodline power was not something that just anyone could achieve. He was destined to become the proud son of the soaring dragon of the Dragon Clan. Long Yu became the focus of attention. At that moment, he seemed to enjoy this feeling. No one dared to challenge him. No matter how strong he was, at least in terms of bloodline power, even Ao Lai of the Eastern Dragon Clan and Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Clan had lost to Long Yu. Needless to say, bloodline power represented the inheritance of the Dragon Clan. Whoever had the stronger bloodline power would be the supreme existence. The 10th level of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's bloodline power was something no one could achieve. It was the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon, the only bloodline. This fellow seems to be quite interesting. Aolai squinted his eyes. He lost to Long Yu in terms of bloodline power, but it didn't mean that he would lose. Ao Impermanence also looked at Long Yu and sneered. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. Although Long Yu was in the limelight, it didn't mean that he would be the one laughing in the end. It's too early to say who will win or lose. The one who laughs in the end is the best. Ao Impermanence and Aolai looked at each other. The two were unwilling to accept each other, but when facing Long Yu, they were filled with the same hatred. Long Yu naturally noticed Aolai and Ao Impermanence. These two raised their heads arrogantly, arrogant and unruly. Among the crowd, they were cranes among chickens. Good one, brother Yu. The corners of Long Xiaoquan's mouth curled up slightly. He was getting more and more excited. These two guys don't know what's good for them. In the future, they will know how terrifying my brother Yu is. It seems like no one can surpass Long Yu. 8 levels of bloodline power. I can't even imagine it. It's terrifying. Yeah, we just hope that we don't meet this super pervert in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen to us, he. This time, Long Yu should be the strongest contender for the Rising Dragon Banquet. That's not necessarily true. The Divine Prefecture is vast and there are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Furthermore, the people attending the Rising Dragon Banquet this time aren't just from the Dragon Clan. Amidst the hubbub, a young girl followed suit and skipped over. The moment her hand landed on it, she attracted everyone's attention. It's her. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This girl was none other than Ying, whom he had met before. He had never thought that she would turn out to be an expert of the Dragon Clan. He had truly underestimated her. Thinking back to the all-link spiritual beads bracelet which had injured her, this girl was definitely not an ordinary person. When Ying-er's slender jade-like hand landed on it, the bloodline power scale rose once again, reaching the Earth-grade bloodline power. Only then did it slowly stop. Everyone's gazes were focused on the blood-drinking stage. That seemingly thin and weak girl had an exquisite figure, but it was curvaceous in all the right places. She was called a girl only because of her thin and weak appearance. However, she was extremely beautiful, so much so that it was suffocating. Ying-er really lives up to expectations. Ha ha ha, her bloodline power is actually the same as Long Yu's. Tisca. Now those two from the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan should have nothing to say, right? The people from the Dragon Clan were full of confidence. 2 people with the 8th level bloodline power were not something that 2 people with the 7th level bloodline power could compare to. At this moment, even Long Xiaoquan sighed in admiration. He even looked at Ying-er with admiration. It was the same for Long Yu. When he looked at Ying-er, there was a trace of pampering in his eyes, like a big brother doting on his little sister. However, the serious admiration was difficult to conceal. Aolai and Ao Impermanence's faces were a little gloomy. If it was a person with the 8th level bloodline power, they would still be able to remain calm. However, now that both of their bloodline power had reached the 8th level, they felt a little embarrassed. Humph, what's so great about it? Everything will have to wait until we enter the Rising Dragon Banquet. Right now, it's just a test of the bloodline power. It doesn't mean everything, Aolai said in a low voice. He was not willing to admit it verbally, but he was still very stubborn. Looks like there will definitely be a good show to watch this time. Ao Impermanence's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Long Yu and Ying-er. These 2 people were their strongest opponents. Brother, you're here too. Come quickly. Ying-er's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. She actually saw Jiang Chen. Towards those people's flattery, she was naturally tired of it. Jiang Chen was the benefactor who helped her get back the 10,000-year spiritual power orb. You left without saying goodbye. I didn't think that we would meet here again. Jiang Chen smiled. I just happened to have something to do. Hee brother. Come and try to see what level of bloodline power you have. I didn't think that you would also come to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. This is great. Ying-er was very mischievous. She revealed an innocent smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. Her pure and flawless eyes made Jiang Chen feel tender affection for her. He did not even let this kind of girl go. It was really despicable. All right. Jiang Chen smiled and took a step forward. Chapter 3508. Long Yingyue frowned and glanced at Jiang Chen. This fellow made him very unhappy. Who is he? Long Yingyue asked indifferently. Beside him, Long Xiaoquan could only reply telepathically. He is the benefactor of our dragon clan. He saved the 9th elder and is also here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, I do not know what his relationship with Ying-Er is. Long Xiaoquan knew that Long Yingyue was already a little angry, because he had always treated Ying-Er as his exclusive property. No one could point fingers in front of her, not to mention that the two of them seemed to be very close. It couldn't be said to be intimate, but as long as Ying-Er smiled at another man, it would make Long Yingyue feel disgusted and angry, because he wanted to protect this innocent little sister Ying-Er, who was as innocent as a piece of white paper. Jiang Chen naturally noticed Long Yinyue's hostile gaze, but he did not think too much about it. Since he was here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet, this person might become his strongest opponent. There was no need for Jiang Chen to be merciful. It's rising, rising, rising. When Jiang Chen's palm landed on the blood-drinking platform, the power of his bloodline continued to rise. The speed was even faster than Long Yinyue and Ying-Er's. Even the guardian elder's eyes became incomparably solemn as he silently looked at Jiang Chen. Could it be that this fellow could surpass Long Yinyue and Ying-Er? The elder's eyelids twitched. He seemed to be nervous in his heart. However, at this moment, his body trembled and his pupils constricted. The entire square was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. This was because this guy was too terrifying. This scene could even be considered as a historical scene. Everyone's pupils constricted gradually. It wasn't just the elder who felt this. Long Xiaoquan gasped, his face pale. Ying-Er gently covered her mouth, her face full of shock. The 9th level of bloodline power. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Chen. At this moment, he had truly become the focal point of the entire square. He was too powerful. Who had the ability to reach the 9th level of bloodline power? Perhaps only the Dragon Clan leader possessed the power of a 9th level bloodline, right? Even the two most powerful members of the Dragon Clan, Long Yu and Ying-Er, were only at the 8th level of bloodline power. The purer the bloodline power, the more terrifying the Dragon Clan's bloodline was, and the more abnormal their strength and talent was. Long Yu's eyes narrowed as he gazed silently at Jiang Chen. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked, but he never would have thought that this outsider would have the power of a 9th level bloodline. Could it be that he was a genius of the Dragon Clan who had been left behind? That didn't seem too likely. It's a miracle, a miracle, the elder murmured. For so many years, he had never seen anyone who could reach the 9th level of Earth bloodline. Jiang Chen was the first one to do so. This was almost comparable to the clan leader's bloodline power. Wasn't this too terrifying? His talent might even surpass Long Yinyue and Ying-Er. What the hell? That was impossible, right? How could this guy's bloodline power be so strong? Some people were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at this scene. They couldn't speak for a long time. This guy seems to be in existence comparable to Long Yinyue. No, he should be in existence even stronger than Long Yinyue. Interesting. Ha ha ha, looks like our Dragon Clan is really going to rise. Such a powerful genius of the Dragon Clan, and one that came from the outside. The Dragon Clan is going to set off a storm of blood. This year's Rising Dragon Banquet is getting more and more interesting. Many people acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them. 9th level bloodline power, Jiang Chen's sudden appearance made Long Yu, Ao Lai, Ao Impermanence, and the others' faces turn ugly. This person was destined to become their #1 enemy. Oh my god, brother, you're so amazing. I worship you so much. 9th level bloodline power, I can't even imagine it. Ying-Er's pretty face was filled with shock. Her eyes sparkled as if she was looking at a mountain of gold and silver. It's just a... Jiang Chen shrugged and said. Everyone couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet, their faces extremely ugly. How could this be called so? This was a blatant humiliation to them. Today, Jiang Chen already had the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bloodline power. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill until now, he had completely turned into a dragon. In other words, under the heavens, besides the ancestral Dragon Emperor, no one's bloodline power could be stronger than Jiang Chen's. In an instant, Jiang Chen became the target of everyone. However, Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head. I've already agreed to the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's request to be low-key. Can I say that I have 10th level bloodline power that I haven't revealed yet? What else do you want me to do? Is being low-key wrong? I've been low-key enough. The shock of 9th level bloodline power was absolutely earth-shaking. Everyone's breathing became extremely heavy. They didn't think that Jiang Chen would be the final boss. This was an existence that none of them could surpass. Long Inue's 8th level bloodline power was beaten by Jiang Chen. At this moment, not many people would notice Long Inue's 8th level bloodline power. After all, the first would always be the first. As for the second, not many people knew. Jiang Chen, with his 9th level bloodline power, appeared out of nowhere. He was destined to turn this rising dragon banquet upside down. This guy will probably be a disruptor. I thought that Long Inue alone was hard enough to deal with. I didn't think that this guy would appear again. Ao Lai stared at Jiang Chen coldly and murmured. This year's Rising Dragon Banquet was destined to be a tough one. Ao Impermanence looked at Ao Lai, his eyes extremely cold. We'll just deal with it when it comes. Why are you so noisy? You're just worrying for nothing. Hehe. Ao Impermanence was extremely confident. Because Jiang Chen, this guy who appeared out of nowhere, didn't belong to the Dragon Clan, he didn't need to worry about his background. Moreover, Jiang Chen might become Long Inue's opponent. At that time, wouldn't they be the ones to reap the benefits? However, at this moment, in the depths of the Dragon Clan's Grand Cloud Mountain, in an inconspicuous mountain belly, a middle-aged man with a calm expression suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing others to not dare to look him in the eye. 9th level bloodline power. Such a powerful youth actually appeared in our Dragon Clan. In my entire life, I have never touched the threshold of 10th level bloodline power. It seems that this time, the Dragon Clan will have a big change. Chapter 3509. Jiang Chen stood in front of the Blooddringer's platform in high spirits like a deity. The Guardian Elder's eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he looked at Jiang Chen. He knew that such a person would definitely become an important expert in the Dragon Clan. It was very likely that Long Yu would feel a sense of danger. Delta. However, Long Yu was the strongest genius of the Dragon Clan. Although her bloodline power was a notch lower than Jiang Chen's, not everyone thought that Jiang Chen would be the final winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet. After all, although the Dragon Clan valued the bloodline power, it did not mean that it could be the standard of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Big brother, you're such a bastard. I'll follow you from now on. Inger's face was filled with surprise and envy. She covered her mouth and giggled, attracting the attention of many people. This young girl was definitely an existence that could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to its people. I'm just an outsider. In the Dragon Clan, you should be the one protecting me. Jiang Chen smiled. Long Yu's face turned extremely cold at this moment. Jiang Chen could feel a chill down his spine. However, even without Inger, they would definitely fight back. Jiang Chen dodged the first chair from Long Yu's hand, drawing the attention of countless people in the square to him. Long Yu held a deep grudge against him. Moreover, the relationship between Jiang Chen and Inger had deepened the coldness and anger in Long Yu's eyes. However, the Rising Dragon Banquet continued. At this moment, it was just a test to see if those with the bloodline power of the Dragon Clan were qualified. The real Rising Dragon Banquet had just begun. As time passed, Jiang Chen and the others gradually entered the depths of the plaza. Out of the thousands of people, nearly half were eliminated. Many people did not have the bloodline of a divine beast, or the bloodline of the Dragon Clan was not even at the second level. Hence, they were not fated to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Remember every word I say. It will play a crucial role in your participation in the Rising Dragon Banquet. At the edge of the Grand Cloud Mountain was the Endless Western Sea. In the Endless Western Sea, there were countless sea demons. The experts were as numerous as the clouds, and they were no different from human experts. It was a place that human experts had never set foot in before. In the immortal world, there were not only experts from the 9 prefectures and 18 counties, but also the 4 deity seas. However, ordinary Hierarch Realm experts would not be able to survive due to the tsunamis and gales. Facing such a terrifying natural storm, it's quite dangerous and even frightening. The Endless Western Sea is where you'll be heading next. Within the boundless Western Sea, there's a type of flying eaglefish that's extremely fast and powerful. What you need to do is kill these flying eaglefish because they have spirit fish ointment on their bodies. Whoever collects the most will be the one to become the final victor. But it's only a possibility, because after collecting more spiritual fish ointment, you still have to go to the evil spirit island. There will be people there to tell you what to do, and whoever obtains the sea heart lotus will be the final winner. Only after reaching the evil spirit island will you understand who will be able to walk to the end. In the end, in the Rising Dragon Banquet, only 10 people will be able to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, and only one will be able to receive the inheritance. Elder Long Zexu's words made everyone raise their heads in anticipation. No one dared to say anything else because it was related to the difficulty of entering the Rising Dragon Banquet. No one dared to be negligent. Chapter 35:10. I only know that there are many powerful sea demons in the endless Western Sea. I hope we can avoid those sea demons. However, those flying eaglefish are not easy to catch. They are all at the hierarch realm. Moreover, the speed of the flying eaglefish is extremely fast in the water. Even many divine Emperor realm experts could not catch up to them. The flying eaglefish's spiritual fish ointment is also an extremely precious treasure. It is comparable to elixirs. During cultivation, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. I heard from my father that less than 30% of those who enter the endless Western Sea come back alive. Moreover, the sea demons are very powerful. They can easily kill a divine Emperor realm expert. Inger said in a low voice. Jiang Chen could not help but take a deep breath. It seems that I have underestimated these fellas. Those sea demons are so terrifying. They could even kill a divine Emperor expert without a problem. This means that even the Dragon Clan might not be able to predict how strong these sea demons are. Apart from the 9 regions and 18 counties, there were also the 4 divine seas. This was Jiang Chen's first time hearing about it. It seemed like these sea demons were not inferior to the human experts. There should be a lot of demonic beasts in the 4 divine seas that were on par with the humans. This time's Rising Dragon Banquet would be full of twists and turns. The endless Western Sea is right in front of us. It's also my first time here. It's really spectacular. Long Xiaoquan said with a surprised face. Thousands of layers of waves swept up. Tsunamis rose one after another, storms gathered, and lightning flashed. It was like a land of death. It was impossible for experts below the hierarch realm to survive on the sea. Yeah, this endless Western Sea seems to be a place that people yearn for and fear at the same time. Aolai said with a smile. He sneered, facing the endless lightning and storms without the slightest fear. There are many things in this vast world. I'd like to see who dares to behave atrociously in front of me. Ao Impermanence. Humph. Ao Impermanence took a step forward and was the first to step onto the boundless West Sea. Amidst the rolling thunder and wind, he was like an unparalleled god of war, passing through everything without the slightest bit of fear. Some of the surrounding late hierarch realm experts looked solemn. Although the thunderstorm could not do anything to them, it would still pose a great threat to them. Compared to those divine Emperor realm experts, it was a little difficult. It seems like the endless West Sea is not an easy place to go. It is almost impossible to come out on top in the Rising Dragon Banquet, but I hope I can get a good ranking. Yes, this is really a narrow escape. After entering the endless West Sea, there will probably be countless sea demons coming after us. We seem to have underestimated this Rising Dragon Banquet. That's right. Even the members of the dragon tribe do not understand the dangers involved. Looks like we really feel a little miserable. Since it has come to this, we can only go down as soon as possible. The one who strikes first has the upper hand, the one who strikes last will suffer. If we catch more flying eagle fish, we might be able to occupy a certain position in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Many experts from other clans sighed silently. The crisis they were facing at this moment had put a lot of pressure on their minds. However, they could not continue to hesitate, or else it would only waste more precious time. 3 months. Only 3 months. If they entered the evil spirit island and obtained too little spiritual fish ointment, only God knows what would happen. It was hard to imagine whether they would be directly eliminated. Let's go. We have to go in sooner or later. Now, we can only pray for our own good. Someone sighed. Gradually, more and more people began to enter the endless West Sea. Facing the thunderstorm and wind, They could only grit their teeth and move forward. If they took a step back, they might fall into a bottomless abyss. The rising dragon banquet had finally begun. The entire endless West Sea became lively. One after another, silhouettes flew up and went straight to the endless West Sea. Above the sea, countless people were walking on the waves. It was an extremely spectacular scene. Jiang Chen and Ying looked at each other. Both of them were not to be outdone and quickly entered the endless West Sea. However, in order to find the flying eagle fish, they could only enter the endless West Sea because they couldn't stay on the surface of the sea. At this moment, Jiang Chen was a little absent-minded. He felt that he had seen someone, a familiar person, but he did not know who it was. This made him extremely distressed. However, he was sure that he knew this person. Could it be that old Taoist Wu Da? That guy also came? Jiang Chen frowned and felt a little depressed. The first batch of people who passed the test did not stay for long. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not know who the people who entered later were. "What's wrong, brother?" Ying asked. She could also see the doubt in Jiang Chen's heart. "It's nothing. Let's hurry and find the flying eagle fish. We only have 3 months. I don't know how many we can find." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Then, both of them dived into the sea. The world at the bottom of the sea, the boundless western sea, was magnificent. Algae was everywhere, corals were everywhere, and fish were swimming in all directions. It was a riot of colors. It was like a landscape painting that was splashed with ink. It made people feel relaxed and happy. However, it was accompanied by many unknown dangers. In this area of the sea, it was close to the Grand Cloud Mountain, the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, there weren't many powerful sea demons and they did not see the flying eagle fish. Even the most powerful sea demons were only at the heavenly god realm. When they saw the real experts, they could only swim away quickly and avoid them. The group of people all headed west. After half a month, they were almost 10,000 li away from the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. At this time, they could gradually see some divine king realm or hierarch realm sea demons. However, there weren't many of them. After all, the sea demons were like humans. They were cultivators of the underwater world. Their experts were not like cabbages that could be found everywhere. The divine emperor realm experts of the divine world were almost the supreme existences. Flying eagle fish. That's a flying eagle fish. Ying's eyes lit up. She exclaimed from thousands of meters under the sea. Only Jiang Chen could hear her voice. It was a gray, eagle-like deep-sea fish with huge gills. Its eyes were bright and it looked very cunning. It moved at an astonishing speed. In a split second, it passed by Jiang Chen and Ying. Chase! Chapter 35:11. Even with Jiang Chen's speed, it was quite difficult for him to catch up with the flying eagle fish. The terrifying fish swam too fast in the deep sea. Jiang Chen and Ying did not dare to slow down and chased after it. However, it did not feel like it was being chased. It knew that Jiang Chen and the others were chasing after it, yet it seemed to be mocking it. After all, a hierarch realm sea monster was quite powerful. Its strength and mind were no different from humans. Damn stinky fish. It's running so fast. How can we chase after it? Ying's pretty face was gloomy. Her heart was filled with anger and the bitterness at the corner of her mouth made her look very funny. Jiang Chen did not slow down and was still chasing after the sea monster. However, the flying eagle fish began to crazily circle around the sea area, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and Ying. Gagaga, you guys can't catch me? Stupid human. You still want to catch me? You must be dreaming. The flying eaglefish's mocking voice reverberated in Jiang Chen and Ying's mind. This flying eaglefish dared to humiliate them by using telepathy. It was intolerable. With your speed, you guys can't catch up with me at all. It's a waste of effort. Go back and practice for a few more years. Gagaga. No, won't I be faster if you guys practice for a few more years? Wahaha. The flying eaglefish was extremely arrogant and looked down on Jiang Chen and Ying. So what if they were stronger than me? Aren't they still being played by me? What's the use of being strong? Can't I eat them? They still can't catch up with me. The flying eaglefish continued to circle around the sea area and started a game of chasing after Jiang Chen and Ying. It seemed to be having a good time. Since you're so arrogant, then I'll play with you this time. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curled up. The flying eaglefish did not show any signs of running away. Instead, it was having a good time in the sea area, constantly chasing after Jiang Chen and Ying Er. You go after it. I'll set up a formation for it. Let's see how far it can run. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Ying Er. Ying Er was very smart. Her eyes lit up and nodded heavily. She then started chasing after the flying eaglefish, not giving it a chance to relax. At this moment, she knew that Jiang Chen would not let her down. If the flying eaglefish kept running forward, Jiang Chen might not be able to catch it. However, at this moment, the flying eaglefish was making fun of them, thinking that they couldn't catch up with it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed. It would be too shameful if he was helpless against a fish. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He began to set up the Ashura sword formation in the entire sea area. 108 peak origin divine tools were inserted into the seabed, expanding the range and began to encircle the flying eaglefish. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Jiang Chen sneered. His soul power covered the entire sea area. He could already feel that the arrogant flying eaglefish was entering the range of the Ashura sword formation. It had to be said that the flying eaglefish was indeed rather terrifying. As the fastest fish in the deep sea, although its strength might not be the strongest, its speed was absolutely shocking. On the other hand, Jiang Chen and the others were extremely fast on land. However, their strength and speed were greatly reduced in the deep sea. Under such circumstances, the gap between the two would gradually widen. That was why the late hierarch realm flying eaglefish was so arrogant. However, Jiang Chen was full of confidence at this moment because the flying eaglefish had already entered the net. No one knew how arrogant it was, but now that it was caught by Jiang Chen, its arrogance would be completely suppressed. That's enough. Ying Er, come back. This fella is on the verge of tears. Jiang Chen said with a smile. With a thought in his mind, the 108 peak origin divine tools completely sealed off the entire sea area. Sword shadows were shot out from the deep sea like cannonballs. The shadows of the swords were dazzling. When the swords were pulled out, the terrifying water current and the shadows of the swords were constantly intertwining with each other. Bastard! 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 You want to trap me? It's impossible. The flying eaglefish roared furiously. Facing such terrifying sword shadows, it finally felt a sense of danger. However, its speed was extremely fast. It could even dodge the sword shadows that were chasing after it. Jiang Chen was now able to fully control the Ashura sword formation. It should not be a problem to deal with this flying eaglefish. The flying eaglefish roared crazily and moved quickly in the sea area. However, Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was too terrifying. Even a divine emperor realm expert would not be able to escape, let alone a late hierarch realm flying eaglefish. Although its speed was extremely fast and suffocating, it could not escape from the Ashura sword formation. No. Impossible. No. The flying eaglefish kept howling, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the Ashura sword formation. Furthermore, its previous arrogance had completely vanished, and it even started begging for mercy. But how could Jiang Chen give it the chance to do so? It was so arrogant previously. If Jian Wushuang did not teach it a lesson, it would really think that it was powerful. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you fast? Why don't you run? Jiang Chen sneered. Within the Ashura sword formation, the flying eaglefish had completely turned into a stray dog. It kept begging for mercy and lost its previous limitless elegance. It could roam freely in the underwater world, but it went too far and became extremely arrogant. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Wasn't it captured by Jiang Chen? It would not die if it did not act arrogant. The fact proved that this fella's arrogance was just temporary. It definitely deserved its death. Brother, you're amazing. Ha ha ha, you caught this stinky fish. Such a terrifying formation. Ying Er said in an extremely shocked manner. Her face was filled with joy, and happiness could be seen on her face. Within the Ashura sword formation, the flying eaglefish was already on the verge of death. It no longer had any strength to fight. Even running had become extremely extravagant. This fella is too arrogant. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for us to catch it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Who asked you to act arrogant? Who asked you to act arrogant? Ying Er fiercely stomped on the stinky fish, taking revenge for the humiliation. The winged eaglefish was already dead. It had already died in the Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Er's actions. This little girl was quite vengeful. She wouldn't even let go of a dead fish. Not bad. Finally, someone caught the flying eaglefish. Haha, brother, hand it over. Otherwise, I will let you die a horrible death. Chapter 35:12. Jiang Chen kept the flying eaglefish calmly. At this moment, the smile on his face became even brighter. I didn't expect that someone would come to rob us. Jiang Chen shrugged and glanced at Er. Er smiled and said, I can't defeat them. I can't beat them. You go, brother. I'll cheer for you. Er spread out both of her hands and said honestly. Jiang Chen smiled. This little brat was really deceived by old Taoist Wu Da. Was it true? Why do I feel that she was pretending to be dumb? Alright, they're just 4 trash. Er doesn't need to do anything, or else you, the little princess of the Dragon Clan, will dirty your hands. Jiang Chen shook his head and let out a sigh. He looked at the 4 of them. A trace of killing intent slowly emerged in his eyes. Brat, how dare you call us trash? I think you're tired of living. A short-haired man said angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly and gritted his teeth. It seemed like he hated Jiang Chen to the core and wanted to eat him alive. You're quite strong to be able to catch this flying eagle fish. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if it's a black or white cat, as long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Looks like it's true. Give me your flying eagle fish and I'll allow you to follow me. Otherwise, you'll know the outcome. The middle-aged man said with an arrogant expression. Jiang Chen couldn't help but snicker at his superior attitude. These guys, do they really think that they're some great figure? To think that he dared to spout such nonsense here and even tried to snatch the winged eaglefish from his hands. He was truly overestimating himself. Beat me and the flying eaglefish will be yours, Jiang Chen said faintly, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You'll die a horrible death if you go against us, the 4 brothers of the Black Mountain sect. We gave you face but you don't want it. Do you really think that you're the king of heaven? You're just an early divine emperor. The 4 of us can easily kill you. Why are you still talking to him, big brother? Let's just kill him and let him have a taste of our power. Does he think he can overturn the heavens? We still have to find more flying eagle fish later. The 3 fellows behind the middle-aged man were all eager to attack Jiang Chen. In fact, they couldn't wait to kill him and rob him. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I can only teach you a small lesson. I hope that you can be a good person in your next life. The middle-aged man, Lang, said and nodded slightly. At this moment, terrifying murderous intents filled the air and instantly locked onto Jiang Chen. You have to be careful, brother. Er waved her little hand and said with a smile. Killing 4 early divine emperors is as easy as killing an ant. Jiang Chen said without any trace of politeness. He did not put these people in his eyes at all. Did they really think that he was a lab rat that could be easily bullied? Arrogant and conceited. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Ha! The short-haired young man roared and charged towards Jiang Chen. Even in the deep sea, his speed was still extremely fast. Terrifying airwaves rippled out along with the waves. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and unmoved like a mountain. He turned his hand and sent a palm strike towards the short-haired young man. In an instant, the short-haired young man was pushed back. If it wasn't because of the impact from the bottom of the sea, the short-haired young man would have been pushed back tens of thousands of zhong. Jiang Chen was leisurely walking in the courtyard, but he easily repelled the short-haired young man. The others were slightly shocked as they did not expect Jiang Chen to have some tricks up his sleeves. Courting death. The others quickly came forward. Seeing that their brother was at a disadvantage, how could they allow Jiang Chen to continue being arrogant? Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn and he sneered. He instantly rushed into the battle. Their strength and speed were slightly restricted in the deep sea, but it wasn't a big problem. Especially Jiang Chen's terrifying fist, although it seemed slow, it carried a thunderous force that swept out, making people unable to look at it directly. The 4 of them were hit by Jiang Chen's strength one after another. However, they were all early divine emperors, so they cooperated very well with each other. With years of experience, they were very swift and fierce. They were not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. As the 2 of them fought back and forth, Jiang Chen finally gained the upper hand. His overwhelming attacks made these people lose the ability to resist and were forced to retreat. Oh no, we've kicked an iron plate. Big brother, what should we do? Yeah, if this goes on, we'll probably suffer more and more. Since it has come to this, we can only risk our lives. Since he has the winged eaglefish, it's a good thing. If we can't get the winged eaglefish, what's the point of us wandering around in this sea? The middle-aged man cried out in a deep voice. He retreated in order to advance. With a shake of his body, he turned into a huge green python and swiftly moved under the sea. The other three also did not hesitate and instantly turned into their real bodies. In this underwater world, their battle had become a lot easier. After all, the strength of their real bodies was much more powerful than their real bodies. The huge body swept across while the four green pythons constantly attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked extremely small in comparison. Facing the four green pythons that blotted out the sky, Jiang Chen remained unmoved like a mountain. He clenched his fists and punched the four green pythons ferociously. Under the bombardment of Jiang Chen's fists, the four green pythons became extremely miserable. Big brother, we can't beat him. We really can't beat him. Yeah, let's hurry up and run. If this goes on, I guess we'll all die here. Shut your crow's mouth. The four of them were already disloyal to Jiang Chen. Add to that their lack of strength. They were like soldiers fleeing for their lives after being chased relentlessly by Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephants. It was a rather pathetic sight. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned cold. He was decisive and did not leave any chance for them. Step by step, punch by punch, he was like a thunderbolt, stirring up a storm in the deep sea. The whirlpools were endless. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters seemed to be shaking. There were countless whirlpools. Some fishes under the Divine King realm were completely torn apart by the suction force of the whirlpools. Under the deep sea, the four green pythons were completely crushed by Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not going to let them go. If he did not kill these bastards, they would only be a scourge for 1,000 years. He was doing a good deed to the people, slaying demons and punishing evil. Spare us, Senior. The four green pythons were constantly wailing. However, Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. Since you chose to kill and rob, you should be prepared to be killed. Those who kill will always be killed. Don't you understand this? Beasts will always be beasts. Chapter 35:13. Big Brother. You're amazing. Ha! Ying-er chuckled and kept clapping her hands. However, at this moment, after Jiang Chen killed the four green pythons, he found out that there was a gigantic shark behind Ying-er. The shark was more than 100 feet long, and it was even bigger than the green pythons that he killed earlier. The shark opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Ying-er. That scene made Jiang Chen's expression change. The battle between him and the four green pythons must have attracted the attention of this huge shark. The strength of this huge shark was the same as his. However, Jiang Chen knew that he might not be its opponent in the deep sea. It was not easy to behave atrociously in someone else's territory. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's strength had been declining. Facing the pressure of the deep sea, his strength could at most reach the minor heavenly connecting realm of the early Divine Emperor realm. However, facing this huge guy, it was obvious that it would be more effective. Be careful! Jiang Chen exclaimed and pulled Ying-er away. Ying-er's expression slightly changed. She turned into a ray of light and flashed away, avoiding the devil's bite. Ying-er's speed surprised Jiang Chen. She wasn't any slower than the winged eaglefish. Jiang Chen finally realized that this little girl had been following him all this time. Perhaps it wasn't because she wanted to hide her strength, but because she wanted to catch the winged eaglefish with him. Little fella. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Ying-er had escaped the disaster. However, the huge shark was still glaring at them silently like a tiger eyeing its prey. Obviously, the commotion caused by Jiang Chen just now was too great. That was why it was alarmed. This battle might be their battle of life and death. The four green pythons were just the appetizer. The huge shark bared its rows of bloodthirsty fangs. In front of Jiang Chen and Ying-er, it was an incomparably huge monster. Damned humans! How dare you disturb my cultivation? You all deserve to die. Two fellas with pure bloodlines are a delicacy. They can help me break through to the mid-divine emperor realm. The shark's terrifying spiritual energy covered the entire ocean. Even Jiang Chen's expression became solemn because the shark's spiritual energy had reached the late divine emperor realm. No wonder it was so arrogant, it had the ability to be arrogant. Big brother, what should we do? Ying-er looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Different situations call for different actions. He has taken a fancy to our bloodline's strength. As long as we are able to kill him, we will be able to use the limitless pure divine yuan qi within his body. This huge shark is already an extremely terrifying existence within the deep sea. The majestic divine yuan qi on its body is just like a mountain. This fella is a big fish that eats small fish. In the end, all of them are for his own use. It's really amazing that he could devour so much. Jiang Chen looked at Ying-er. The two of them looked at each other and made up their minds. If they were to run away, the two of them might not be a match for this huge shark. After all, it was the overlord of the deep sea. All right. Ying-er's beautiful eyes flickered. She was not afraid of the huge shark at all. She fought alongside Jiang Chen. At this moment, their eyes were shining with blazing light. You're courting death. Even if you're from the dragon clan, this sovereign will still eat you. The huge shark moved its body and its fins flashed. It was extremely fast, like a black eagle that soared through the sky. It was impossible to defend against it. Its huge body stirred up the underwater world. Storms rolled and whirlpools appeared continuously. The pressure from the surroundings made Jiang Chen and Ying-er feel extremely uncomfortable. However, they must overcome these difficulties in order to deal with this fella. If they couldn't even withstand the most simple suppression underwater, then they wouldn't be divine emperor experts. Jiang Chen did not expect that they would encounter such a powerful existence as soon as they entered the sea. A great perfection early divine emperor sea monster. Its strength was even more terrifying in the water. It was definitely more ferocious than a mid-divine emperor human expert. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed horizontally, stirring up the water. Jiang Chen and the huge shark collided with each other. When the sword fell, a deep sword mark was left on the body of the huge shark. Blood flowed out, but it seemed like the shark's foundation was not harmed at all. 17th sword. 18th sword. 19th sword. The sword in his hand changed a few times. The sword shadow eroded the sun. In a blink of an eye, 100 miles of water surged and the storm was monstrous. The water surface was thousands of meters high. Ying-er was not to be outdone. Although she looked delicate, every step she took was filled with a surging force. She flipped her jade-like hand and struck the body of the huge shark. It seemed soft, but it was as powerful as a thunderbolt. After all, Ying-er was not a bird or a beast, but a true dragon. The power of a dragon and the huge shark were not weak at all. If she revealed her true form, Ying-er's strength would be much stronger and more terrifying than it was now. Even so, it was still very difficult for the two of them to deal with the huge shark. After all, the body of the huge shark was too big. The two of them used all their skills, but they still couldn't do anything to the huge shark. Jiang Chen's sword aura was like a rainbow. His sword froze the 14 provinces. The momentum of the proud sword turned the situation around. He fought fiercely with the huge shark in the underwater world, but he was still forced to retreat by the terrifying creature. A divine sword appeared in Ying-er's hand. She coordinated with Jiang Chen's attack. However, the strength of the huge shark was too terrifying. In addition, Jiang Chen's strength was suppressed. The restraint of the underwater world made it impossible for him to be as invincible as he was on land. 3,000 miles of ice. Jiang Chen held the cold river stone in his hand and struck out a seal. The storm in the underwater world was instantly frozen. The area within 1,000 miles was completely frozen. The power of ice wreaked havoc everywhere. God knows how many sea demons under the divine emperor realm were frozen to death. The terrifying power of ice was like adding wings to a tiger. As soon as the cold river stone was unleashed, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The huge shark was frozen and could not move at all. Its life force was gradually declining. The entire sea turned into 1,000 miles of ice. There was no sign of life. Divine Golden Bell. God's sealing prohibition. Suppress it. Chapter 35:14. Damned fella, stop struggling. All of you have to die. You are destined to become my dinner. The shark leaped out and roared again. With an unstoppable force, it charged towards the underwater world. Jiang Chen quickly retreated. Took the opportunity to attack. Lightning attacks penetrated through the underwater world and hit the shark's body. However, the shark did not seem to feel any pain. It was still incomparably ferocious as it charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen struck out with his palm and hit the shark's head. However, the shark's incomparably ferocious attack made Jiang Chen unable to deal with it. He was constantly forced to retreat. The seawater behind him was squeezing and tearing, and the heavy pressure on his chest made Jiang Chen fall into a passive position. He was in a dilemma. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar resounded. 100 feet long giant dragon roared. This time was extremely angry. A silver-white giant dragon roared madly in the sea. It made Jiang Chen extremely shocked. This 100 feet long giant dragon was really incomparably terrifying. The giant dragon roared incessantly. It directly entangled the shark, heavily squeezed and collided with it. In the underwater world, an incomparable battle tide was set off. Jiang Chen also received a lot of relief. Er's giant dragon attack caused the shark to complain incessantly. The two giant creatures collided with each other in the underwater world, completing the most primitive attack. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and quickly retreated. He stretched out his hand and clenched the heavenly dragon sword. 108 peak primordial divine tools rotated again. Jiang Chen began to set up the formation. Er's strength was indeed strong. It made Jiang Chen look at her in a new light. Especially at this moment, when the two giant creatures were entangled with each other and collided with each other again and again. Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingling. It's really too ferocious. Jiang Chen muttered. In just a short moment, the Azura sword array was once again set up. Sword shadows approached, wreaking havoc on the long river. Cold light shone from them and a terrifying aura emanated from them. The battle between and the giant shark continued for a long time, neither giving way to the other. Even with the body of a true dragon, she was unable to gain the upper hand against the giant shark. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying the giant shark was. I have the bloodline of the Kuan. Although it's very little, the so-called dragon race is still unable to withstand a single blow from me. The big shark roared. It turned its body and turned into an undersea whirlwind, stirring up the underwater world. Jiang Chen's figure was as still as a mountain, but even Er was very careful, afraid of being sucked into this terrifying whirlpool. This guy does have some ability. Battle formation technique. Activate. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he activated the Azura sword array. Under the effect of the battle formation technique, the Azura sword array's amplification was obvious. Compared to the 4 green pythons, it was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying. The Azura sword array appeared in the sky, tearing apart the underwater world. Facing the giant shark's crazy whirlpool, they formed two scenes that did not give way to each other. However, after all, Jiang Chen's Azura sword array had already taken shape. Under the effect of the battle formation technique, its imposing manner was like a rainbow. The sword edge surged out like a tide, wreaking havoc in the sky. Thousands of sword shadows were like a hot knife cutting through butter. The giant shark's eyes gradually narrowed. It was extremely shocked that a mere human's formation could have such a terrifying power. The giant shark wanted to retreat, but it was already too late because Jiang Chen's Azura sword array was too terrifying. Under the effect of the 4 stars battle formation technique, the giant shark could not withstand it at all. In the end, countless sword shadows pierced through its body and struck it down. No, you lowly humans, you can't defeat me, no. The giant shark's roar was incessant, but Jiang Chen was incomparably firm. Under the effect of the 4 stars battle formation technique, Jiang Chen's strength was consumed very quickly. At this time, even was stunned. She did not expect that Jiang Chen's Azura sword array would be upgraded again, and the giant shark was beaten to a pulp. It was really satisfying. She could also heave a sigh of relief. I beg you, let me go. The big shark's pleading voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. However, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. He would never let it go. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. This was how the world worked. There shouldn't be any mercy. If he and were the ones who lost today, no one would show any mercy to those who died. Would the big shark let them go? The answer was also obvious. Therefore, without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly used the last trace of the Azura sword array to obliterate the giant shark. At that moment he also slowly fell down. "Brother!" Ing exclaimed and hurriedly helped Jiang Chen up. Not long after, the Azura sword array gradually disappeared, and the giant shark's upgrade also stopped. The terrifying Azura sword array was frightening. Jiang Chen gasped for breath, his face was pale, and the divine spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. "I'm fine. It's not a big deal. It's just that I've consumed too much divine spirit chi. The consumption of the battle formation technique is too great. It seems that it's not that easy to control the Azura sword array and support the battle formation technique. No wonder those guys from the Battle God clan needed a few people to use the battle formation technique." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a sigh, "The divine spirit chi in this giant shark is quite rich. I want to see how terrifying its demon crystal is." Jiang Chen stood up with great difficulty. He held the heavenly dragon sword and cut open the giant shark's body. Sure enough, a fist-sized round pearl appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The terrifying divine spirit chi was suffocating. Ing was dumbfounded. What a rich divine spirit chi! It's even better than the divine spirit essence. Ing said with courage. Jiang Chen nodded and continued. "Indeed, the divine spirit essence is only Azo. It seems that this shark spirit is really strong. Hurry up and absorb it, brother, to make up for the divine spirit chi that you've just consumed." Ing said innocently. "Do you think that this shark spirit is so easy to absorb? It's even more terrifying than the divine spirit essence. If it's not for the fact that I'm breaking through, it's difficult to consume such a huge amount of spiritual chi. Even I, a divine emperor, can't do it. This shark spirit almost contains the soul chi of millions of creatures in the underwater world. The sea is full of rivers. It's big to be able to contain it. It's also a great fortune to be able to kill this giant shark and obtain the shark spirit," Jiang Chen said. He could definitely use it to break through to the middle divine emperor realm. "What a good shark spirit. You're quite capable. But I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy this thing." A sneer made Jiang Chen and Ing raise their heads and their faces instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 35:15. Aolai. Jiang Chen's face sank and his heart was incomparably cold. He didn't expect that he would attract this guy here. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and his strength couldn't recover quickly. At this moment, Aolai's appearance was undoubtedly to take advantage of his misfortune. Even Ing had consumed a lot of her strength. "It's me. So, do you want to hand over the spirit of the shark and the spiritual fish ointment? Or do you want me to do it myself? After all, you're a member of my dragon clan. Hand over the things and I won't kill you. I'll let you live. However, this guy is very annoying and he must die." Aolai Lung Lung stared at Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to fight anymore, so he wasn't worried at all. Moreover, Ing-er's strength was greatly reduced when she was fighting with the shark. Now, it had completely become Aolai's home ground. After all, Ing-er was a direct descendant of the dragon clan. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Aolai might not attack Ing-er. It was very likely that the dragon clan would gang up on him. However, Jiang Chen was different. He was already exhausted and he wasn't a member of the dragon clan. So what if he killed him? Moreover, he liked the feeling of bullying the weak the most. Especially when he was incomparably powerful before, he had become a stray dog now. "In your dreams, Aolai," Ing-er said in a deep voice. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of determination. At this moment, she wouldn't give up on Jiang Chen no matter what. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, she wouldn't have obtained the spirit of the shark and the spiritual fish ointment. Moreover, she was indebted to Jiang Chen. At this moment, Ing-er would never be an ungrateful person. She was naive, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Even if she had to fight until the last moment, she would never give up. "Stubborn fool. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? If I kill you, there will be many people who will replace you in the dragon clan." "Humph," Aolai sneered and pointed his sword at Jiang Chen. His killing intent was everywhere. At this moment, the two of them had already become Aolai's targets. One of them was a defeated general while the other was about to die. If he still could not defeat them, he would definitely be ridiculed by the people from the Eastern Dragon tribe. "Are you afraid of death?" Jiang Chen looked at Ing-er and said with a smile. Ing was taken aback for a moment before she shook her head. There are many meanings to living. My father once said that one must die with weight and depth. For my brother, I think it's worth it. Ing's sincerity caused Jiang Chen to be slightly moved. She was a girl who was easily moved, not because she was fickle, but because she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to have sand in her eyes. She had a breadth of mind that even Jiang Chen couldn't catch up to. This girl was more extraordinary than anyone else. Father also said that one must live to be worthy of the heavens and the earth, to live with a clear conscience. Ing said solemnly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just because of what you said, no matter what, I won't let you get hurt, not even a little bit. What you said is better than singing. Unfortunately, you still have to die. No one can save you. Aolai spread his hands and smiled. The heavens are really helping me. The things in their hands are all treasures. Moreover, they are already at the end of their rope. If I don't take action now, I'm afraid that the heavens won't forgive me. Brother, you go first. I'll take care of this. Ing was a little mischievous. She protected Jiang Chen behind her with a solemn expression. Although her body was weak, she was able to take care of things by herself. Looking at her, Jiang Chen's eyes became moist. Remember, a man can't hide behind a goddess. Even if you die, you have to die standing. You can't live kneeling. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. He slowly raised his head and tightly held Ing's hand. Today, I'll show you who is the real overlord. Jiang Chen and Aolai looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Aolai felt like he was being stared at by someone. It made his hair stand on end. However, in his point of view, Jiang Chen was just putting on a brave front. Aolai had witnessed Jiang Chen's previous battle, and he knew that Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to fight again. What was the point of putting on a brave front now? You're courting death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. In this endless western sea, I'll let you die with a sword. Aolai bellowed angrily. He raised his sword while Jiang Chen protected Ing behind him. She had consumed a lot of her strength when she fought against the giant shark. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the giant shark. It could be said that in the previous battle, Ing had contributed greatly. Without her entanglement, the giant shark wouldn't have been killed by Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation so quickly. However, the final result was still good. Come, let me see what you're capable of. You dare to challenge me? Only death awaits you. A dead person won't be so arrogant. Your arrogance, in my opinion, is just asking to be humiliated. Trash. Aolai held the long sword in his hand. It was like a long snake, crafty and strange. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His body trembled and instantly displayed the dragon transformation. At that moment, not only Aolai, but even Ing covered her mouth with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen's dragon man body, although not a real dragon, was filled with an unparalleled dragon aura. The dragon aura was even more majestic than the two direct descendants of the dragon clan. It was shocking. Dragon man body. Where did you come from? Brat. Aolai's heart skipped a beat as his eyes gradually locked. The sword in his hand gradually stopped moving at that moment, with a shocked expression on his face. Even your bloodline power isn't as strong as mine. You still have the cheek to ask me? Jiang Chen sneered. His current strength had recovered slightly. Even after consuming the elixir, it could only temporarily alleviate the pain. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. However, by displaying the dragon transformation, he could at least stabilize the situation. You want to know who I am? You don't have the qualifications right now. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen roared furiously. His roar was like thunder as the ancient soaring dragon technique instantly changed. At that moment, Aolai and Ing were completely dumbfounded. As members of the dragon clan, how could they not know about the ancient soaring dragon technique? However, the ancient soaring dragon technique had long been lost. In fact, no one in the entire dragon clan knew about it, not even the clan leader. However, Jiang Chen was able to display it. Furthermore, his bloodline power was more terrifying than anyone else. Could this fellow be the son of a dragon? Chapter 35:16. Jiang Chen had made up his mind to kill. He had not revealed his true strength all this while, just for this moment. the people of the dragon race would definitely be eyeing him covetously. Now that he was alone, no one would come to help him. Therefore, the only person he could rely on was himself. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Let's see what kind of monster you are. How dare you come to the land of the dragon race and behave atrociously with the ancient soaring dragon technique? Aolai was extremely envious of Jiang Chen. The ancient soaring dragon technique had raised Jiang Chen's strength by quite a bit. Now, Jiang Chen had actually surpassed him. Jiang Chen's declining momentum had been reversed in an instant. This fella's terrifying methods were truly shocking. This ancient soaring dragon technique should have belonged to the dragon race. Previously, he had heard from the elders of the dragon race that the ancient soaring dragon technique existed in the ancient land of the dragon race. However, no one knew where the ancient soaring dragon technique was, and no one knew this technique. But now, this secret technique of the dragon race had actually reappeared on Jiang Chen. This was indeed shocking to Aolai. At the same time, he could not wait to take it for himself. Right now, Aolai's eyes were extremely cold. He wanted to fight Jiang Chen to the death more and more. This fella definitely had a lot of treasures on him. Just based on the Cold River Stone and the Eastern Emperor Bell that he used to deal with that huge shark, both of them were true treasures. This made Aolai extremely envious. This fella was simply a moving treasure trove. Brat, a gentleman is innocent. You should understand the saying that treasures are the source of trouble. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Ha ha. In Aolai's eyes, Jiang Chen was completely a treasure. As long as he could get his hands on this treasure, he would definitely be rich. This time around, the Rising Dragon Banquet might not even have such a huge harvest, right? Not to mention the few primal origin treasures, there was also the ancient soaring dragon technique, a secret technique of the dragon race that had been lost for a long time. This was something that Aolai coveted. Noisy fellow. Jiang Chen frowned. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The two of them clashed in an instant. Jiang Chen's aura was pushed to the pinnacle by him. Coupled with the ancient soaring dragon art, he was extremely domineering when facing Aolai. Aolai's strength was the same as Jiang Chen's. Both of them were at the peak of early Divine Emperor realm. However, after using the dragon transformation and dragon soaring technique, Jiang Chen's strength had obviously improved tremendously. Aolai's strength was not weak, but Jiang Chen's impact in a short period of time was just too fierce. In just 20 moves, Aolai was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen again and again. He was in a worrying situation. The limitless sword swept across the world of the sea. He was decisive in killing. As the sword rose, it turned into a whirlpool. The sound was deafening. The storm was rolling and the waves were rolling. On the surface of the sea, there were flashes of lightning and dark clouds. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. His strength had only increased by 30%, so he had to defeat the enemy in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would be the one in a bad situation. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. Aolai also understood this. Under Jiang Chen's repeated attacks, he could feel the fear of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that he was severely injured, he would have been killed by Jiang Chen. Even so, Aolai was still trembling with fear, fearing that he would make a mistake and be killed by Jiang Chen. That would be too unlucky for him. Aolai's heart was pounding. As long as I can drag him until his strength is depleted, I will definitely be able to kill him. Aolai knew better than anyone else that as long as he used the tactic of dragging the battle, he would definitely be the final winner. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. At this moment, Jiang Chen's attack had already started to decline. However, it still made Aolai miserable. The limitless sword set off a series of waves at the bottom of the sea, tearing the world of the sea apart. Aolai couldn't do anything and could only passively take a beating. His face was pale and he was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. He was flustered and it wasn't easy for him to stabilize the situation. Damn it. I must not let him get what he wants. Aolai kept roaring in his heart. In an instant, he transformed into the body of a true dragon. His strength was slightly stronger than before. As soon as the body of a true dragon appeared, the impact of Jiang Chen on Aolai wasn't as strong as before. When the true dragon entered the sea, Aolai was forced to reveal his body. One could imagine the danger he was facing now. Jiang Chen was racing against time. To him, time was money. If he dragged the battle to the end, he might be able to turn the situation around. You can't kill me. My body of a true dragon is more powerful than the body of a human dragon. Ha ha ha. Aolai roared wildly. He twisted his body of 100 zhong, wreaking havoc at the bottom of the sea, stirring up waves. When a true dragon was alive, it was one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. This time, Aolai took the initiative to attack. His attack became more intense as he charged forward step by step. His 100 zhong dragon body came crashing down, almost overturning a large part of the sea in an instant. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and the wind and clouds surged. Brother, be careful. Ying was constantly worried about Jiang Chen. Although she couldn't be of much help to Jiang Chen right now, it seemed that although Jiang Chen hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, his strength had reached its peak after using the ancient soaring dragon technique. Once his strength fell, it would be Jiang Chen's most difficult moment. That's right. Facing Aolai, who had revealed his true body, 100 zhong long dragon body, Jiang Chen was not flustered at all. Not only was he not flustered, he roared and punched towards Aolai's proud dragon head. Terrifying air waves rolled out with great strength. This punch almost made Aolai retreat. Jiang Chen's other hand was seen through by Aolai with his sword. Aolai didn't dare to be careless and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Jiang Chen. However, it was already too late. The heavenly dragon sword had pierced into the dragon body. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. He was decisive in killing. It would be best if he could kill Aolai in one move. However, if he couldn't kill Aolai, he might be counterattacked. Jiang Chen's every move was ruthless. His sword tore apart the reverse scale of the dragon body. Blood flowed everywhere and dyed a large part of the sea red. It was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Roar, roar. Aolai's roar still lingered for a long time, shaking the underwater world. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He took advantage of the situation and continued to punch Aolai's body. Although the 100 zhong long dragon body was incomparably huge and its defense was incomparably strong, Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephant strength made Aolai's body sink in with his fists. His body was bloody and badly mutilated. Chapter 35:17. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength receded like a receding tide. His strength was once again weakened to less than a tenth of his original strength. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword and retreated. His face was pale as he retreated with his sword. He seemed to be in a rather sorry state. This sword did not hit Aolai's vital points. Although it had seriously injured him, the situation was worse than Jiang Chen had imagined. Damned bastard, let's see how long you can last. Aolai roared, enduring the intense pain. His dragon eyes flickered and surged frantically towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, it's time for me to show my might. Aolai constantly collided with Jiang Chen. His dragon body moved about, forming circles of storm vortexes in the underwater world. If Jiang Chen and Ying did not try their best to stabilize their bodies, they would have been sucked into the vortexes. Aolai was more terrifying than Jiang Chen had imagined. The force of his attacks made Jiang Chen and Ying helpless. This time, Jiang Chen had completely exhausted his strength and could no longer fight against Aolai. Ying clenched her teeth and fought with her life on the line. She absolutely could not watch her brother being killed by Aolai. Get lost. Ying's tender fists punched out again and again. Although they were extremely powerful, they had little effect on Aolai's body. His strength was much stronger than Ying's. There was no doubt about it. Reckless fools. Both of you die for me. Aolai twisted his dragon body and swung his tail, forming a 10-li vortex. Jiang Chen and Ying had nowhere to hide and were instantly sucked into the vortex. Their faces were deathly pale. Aolai attacked again and again. Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. He could not let Ying attack alone. Jiang Chen fought with his life on the line. Even though he knew that he had suffered serious injuries, he still refused to yield. Jiang Chen's complexion became more and more unsightly. His fists were also covered with blood. However, he was still like a warrior that was not willing to surrender. He stood in front of Ying to protect her. This was a man's duty and belief. At this moment, Jiang Chen was ready to escape into the Zulong Tower. After all, if they continued to fight, they would definitely be in danger of death. The ending was very likely to be unimaginable. Avoiding the sharp edge was the best choice. However, when Ying saw that Jiang Chen had suffered a huge blow, She became even more furious and wanted to fight with Ao Lai. Jiang Chen's defeat left a scar in Ying Er's heart. She would rather die than let her brother accompany her in death. Little girl who doesn't know life from death. I really can't help but sigh in pity that the Dragon Clan has a scum like you. Ao Lai snorted coldly and charged at them again. Jiang Chen and Ying Er could no longer withstand his attacks. At this moment, a white figure pierced through the air and arrived. Waves rose on the surface of the sea, while the winds and clouds surged at the bottom of the sea. The general situation was about to end. Two figures, one white and one gray, collided. In the end, the white figure threw a punch and directly pushed Ao Lai back. This caused Jiang Chen and Ying Er to look at each other, their faces filled with joy. Who? Ao Lai roared angrily. His heart was incomparably furious. Someone actually dared to ruin his plans. Wasn't that courting death? Ao Lai, aren't you a little too arrogant to want to kill a member of my Dragon Clan? This is the Dragon Clan's territory. Don't tell me you don't want to leave this place alive? The white figure arrived. It was the youth of the Dragon Clan, Long Xiaoquan. It's you, you bastard. Ao Lai roared angrily and glared at Long Xiaoquan. This fellow was really too loathsome. If it wasn't for him, he would have already killed Jiang Chen and Ying Er. Then, everything would definitely be taken by him. At that time, he would be able to escape far away. However, all his plans had been ruined by that bastard Long Xiaoquan. Why? Did I ruin your plans? Do you intend to fight to the death with me? Come, I, Long Xiaoquan, will accompany you to the end. Long Xiaoquan had already returned to his human form. He stood with his arms crossed, his face filled with arrogance. He completely ignored Ao Lai's anger. Bastard! Ao Lai knew that today's situation was already over. It was impossible for him to continue fighting with this fellow. The current him was completely no match for Long Xiaoquan. After suffering a fatal blow from Jiang Chen, his strength had already suffered a huge loss. If he continued to fight with Long Xiaoquan, he would lose more than he would win. Moreover, it was very likely that some unforeseen event would occur. For the sake of safety, Ao Lai knew that he had to retreat. Although his heart was filled with unwillingness, he could not continue to be entangled with Long Xiaoquan for the sake of the overall situation. As the saying goes, the mountains will not change. Let's wait and see. Little bastard, I will definitely not let you off. And you, Jiang Chen, you will definitely die under my sword. Ao Lai roared angrily and quickly retreated. Long Xiaoquan could not be bothered to chase after him. Although his current strength was not as good as Ao Lai's, it was too unrealistic for him to kill Long Xiaoquan with his own strength. Ao Lai had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Jiang Chen and Ying Er also heaved a sigh of relief. Your strength is only a 9th level bloodline power is actually so weak. Long Xiaoquan curled his lips and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled but did not say anything. He should not know that Long Xiaoquan had killed Big Shark. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant. Xiaoquan, don't talk nonsense. Ying Er bit her red lips and said in a low voice. If I had not arrived in time, both of you would have died. Ying Er, he could not protect you at all. Although, I like you very much. Only brother you can protect you. Long Xiaoquan's face was also full of helplessness. He also liked Ying Er very much, but he knew that he was not worthy of Ying Er. Only Long Yingyue and Ying Er were a true match made in heaven. The Dragon Clan also called them a talented man and a beautiful woman. Ying Er's face was gloomy and she said in a low voice, I have nothing to do with him. Don't associate me with him. My marriage isn't something that can be decided by anyone. Ying Er's indifference made Long Xiaoquan smile embarrassedly. In the future, I advise you to stay away from Ying Er. If you have the ability to protect her, I won't say anything more. However, if you can't protect Ying Er and only make her worry for you, then I really look down on you. Long Xiaoquan sneered and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Long Xiaoquan. Ying Er is by my side. No one can hurt her. Jiang Chen said faintly. Even without Long Yingyue, he would still bring Ying Er into Zulong Tower. At that time, no one would be able to do anything to him. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If I had not arrived in time just now, you would have been dead. Now, you still dare to talk nonsense here. You are too funny. Long Xiaoquan sneered. Enough. Ying Er frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Remember, a man must live with dignity. A man who hides behind a woman is only trash. Long Xiaoquan looked at deeply. Chapter 35:18. Long Xiaoquan left. Jiang Chen could not be bothered to bicker with him. The ignorant were fearless. What could he do to bicker with him? Even until now, Jiang Chen did not take him seriously. The only person that he had some expectations for was probably the strongest member of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, Long Yingyue. As for Jiang Chen always felt that her hands and feet were tied, as if she was completely unable to display her strength. A person with an 8th level bloodline power was not someone that ordinary people could compare to. Brother, don't lower yourself to his level. He has that bad temper. Long Xiaoquan is not a bad guy. Compared to Long Yingyue, I'm more willing to get along with him. Said with a bitter smile and shook her head. Her little mind was a little muddled, but her heart was clearer than anyone else. He saved us. Do I look like such an unreasonable person? Ha! Jiang Chen patted Er's shoulder and said. The little fellow's incomparably serious expression made Jiang Chen somewhat unable to restrain his laughter. He treated like a younger sister. Although she was devastatingly beautiful, Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted. When it came to beauties, his resistance had always been very strong. After all, Jiang Chen had seen quite a lot of beauties. Yes, that's good. Let's hurry up, brother. We've only obtained one winged eagle fish. Who knows, we might end up at the bottom. Said with great enthusiasm. Her smiling face made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Okay. After Jiang Chen and rested, they quickly headed in the direction of the Evil Spirit Island. At this moment, the endless Western Sea was filled with murderous intent. Killings between humans and sea demons were endless. Fresh blood had even died a few miles away. It was a blood-red scene that made people tremble in fear. Haha, sister, you're so beautiful. You're really not simple. You're actually able to catch this winged eagle fish. I'm really envious. Can I borrow it for a look? Impermanence smiled with his eyes narrowed. The corner of his lips carried a trace of gentleness. His smile grew even more brilliant as he looked at the handsome and aloof woman. Behind him, there were 4 divine emperor experts. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary strength, surrounding the heavily injured aloof woman. The woman frowned and her expression was cold. Her arrogant posture was like that of an immortal crane in the depths of the clouds. Despicable and shameless bastard. You actually sneak attacked me while I was injured. That's not very nice to say. I was just worried that you would be injured when I saw such a beautiful lady being attacked by the flying eagle fish. Who would have thought that this palm strike would actually land on you, beautiful lady? I feel extremely guilty in my heart. A beautiful lady being injured is more painful than me being injured. Impermanence sighed, but the cold smile at the corner of his mouth had long betrayed him. You just want my flying eagle fish. Just take it. The Lady Lung said. She had no other choice at this moment. She had fought with her life on the line with the flying eagle fish. She was exhausted now. If she continued to fight with this fella, she would only end up dead. Flying eagle fish? Aren't you looking down on me? The flying eagle fish is indeed important, but compared to you, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. How can I be indifferent when such a beautiful lady is in front of me? Isn't that a waste of God's gift? If I'm really that unromantic, then wouldn't I, Impermanence, be a laughingstock? A man should have his own hobbies, right? Wuchang beamed with joy as he spoke with a sinister expression. At this moment, he had completely locked onto this woman who was as prideful as a goddess from the 9 heavens. The more prideful a person was, the more interested he was, and he wanted to ride on top of her and completely conquer her. That's right. Our young master is the crown prince of the Northern Dragon tribe. If you bow down to him, you might even get the title of the crown prince's wife. Otherwise, our young master will have to use force. Little lady, a wise man submits to circumstances. You better think it through. Young master, this lady is really pretty. There's really no woman in our Northern Dragon tribe that can compare to her. The people behind Impermanence said with a flattering face. They couldn't help but drool. Bastard, even if I die, I won't let you have your way. The lady's expression changed again. Lang said and slowly retreated. However, she had nowhere to retreat. A little chilly? Ha ha ha, I like it. But if you don't give me any face, then you guys should have a taste too. Such a beautiful lady should be enjoyed by everyone. Isn't that great? I'm not such a selfish person. It's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Ao Impermanence smiled and got closer to the cold lady. Everything was under his control. Thank you, young master. I will never forget your kindness. Everyone's eyes lit up. Who would have thought that Ao Wuchang would let them have some fun with her? This was a huge opportunity for them to have some fun with. You don't have to think about dying. Dead people feel better. Wahahaha. Ao Impermanence's eyes lit up. He reached out his hand and grabbed the lady. The lady took a step back but was suppressed by the people around her. She couldn't do anything at all. Little lady, I'm coming. Don't run. Ao Impermanence's eyes were sharp. At this moment, he was extremely happy. With a beauty in front of him, he would die under her. He would be a romantic even if he became a ghost. Don't. The lady's eyes were filled with despair. Ao Impermanence tore off a piece of her clothes. Her jade-like arm was exposed. Her face was filled with despair. Even death in her eyes had become extremely difficult and extravagant. Scram. The lady kept attacking, but her strength was running out. Ao Impermanence defeated her again and again. She was in a dangerous situation. She knew that she couldn't fall. If she lost, she would become this crazy man's plaything. So, she must hold on until the last moment. Even if she dies, she won't give in. Nobody could understand the despair in her heart at this moment. If I wasn't injured, you guys wouldn't be able to fight me. The woman was extremely unwilling in her heart. Her face was deathly pale. However, she knew that this battle might very well be her last battle. In order to protect her pure body, she could only atone for her sins with her death. To think that the dignified crown prince of the Northern Dragon Clan would be so shameless. How laughable. A cold voice echoed across the sea, making everyone's scalp numb. Who dares to ruin my plans? Chapter 35:19. You're doing something immoral to a woman in front of everyone. I'd like to see how you're going to do it today. Ying glared at Ao Wuchang. At this moment, when she saw the shameless Ao Wuchang trying to molest the girl in front of her, the fire of anger in her heart soared to the sky. Ying might not be so angry if it was any other time. However, Ao Impermanence was considered as a member of the Northern Dragon Clan. In the end, he was still a branch of the Dragon Clan. Whether he admitted it or not, he was still a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen's gaze gradually turned cold at this moment. Because this person was none other than the person who had a life-and-death friendship with the monk, Qing Xian. It's her. Anger rose in Jiang Chen's heart. Fortunately, he came across this incident today. Otherwise, Qing Xian would have been tarnished by now. Moreover, the current situation was already a dead end for Qing Xian. Jiang Chen's appearance was a timely rein for Qing Xian. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. The familiar person that he saw back then was undoubtedly Qing Xian. However, she did not look for him. Jiang Chen knew that Qing Xian's character was very cold. Even if she was familiar with him, she would not be willing to trouble him. However, she did not know that the relationship between him and the monk was a life-and-death friendship. Along the way, they had supported each other. If he knew that Qing Xian was in trouble again and he did not know about it, he would definitely blame himself. At this moment, Ying-er's eyes were filled with disdain. Even she herself felt ashamed. Although the dragon tribe was licentious, she was unable to restrain her anger when they brazenly tried to molest her. Ying-er's heart was filled with righteousness. Even if she wasn't a member of the dragon tribe, she would definitely not let this matter rest when she saw such an unfair matter. Qing Xian looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked at her. He felt a little bitter in his heart. She definitely did not want to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. However, it was also because of this that she missed the chance to separate from him. You should have found me earlier. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Qing Xian. You know each other? Even Ying-er revealed a look of surprise. She did not expect the two of them to be familiar with each other. It seemed that the matter today would not end well. He is my brother's companion in life and death. Jiang Chen nodded and said, which further deepened the anger in Ying-er's heart. Today, she must have a good fight with this Ao Impermanence, Clean up the sect, so that this guy will not continue to embarrass the Dragon Clan. I don't want to trouble you. Originally, with my strength, I should not be inferior to this person, but I was seriously injured before, so I was ambushed by their plot. I have caused trouble for Big Brother. Qing Xian bit her red lips. When she heard Jiang Chen's words, her lips turned red and she said softly, "With me here today, no one can bully you." A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Lung Lung said, "Ha ha ha, what arrogant words. Do you two really want to meddle in my business? Long Ying, you are an outsider. Are you trying to help an outsider? I am a member of the Dragon Clan. That guy is just coveting the treasure of the Dragon Clan. He even wants to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. What are you trying to do?" Ao Impermanence shouted and pointed his sword at Jiang Chen. He glanced at Long Ying, and the anger in his heart burned fiercely. An outsider? Hee, so what? You are so unscrupulous and licentious. Aren't you throwing the face of the Dragon Clan? As a member of the Dragon Clan, where do you think the Dragon Clan is? If this gets out, where will the face of the Dragon Clan be? Since you are a member of the Dragon Clan, I will order you as a member of the Dragon Clan. Kneel down and beg for mercy, then I will spare your life. Long Ying's beautiful eyes flickered. Lung Lung said, "You dare to order me? Who do you think you are? The Northern Dragon Clan will not listen to your orders. Even if the elders of the Dragon Clan are here, the people of the Northern Dragon Clan will not take them seriously." Ao Impermanence's arrogant and despotic look made Long Ying sigh. This bastard is the scum of the Dragon Clan. Why would I reason with him? The face of the Dragon Clan has been thrown away by him. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me and say that he is not a member of the Dragon Clan? Why should I listen to the orders of the Dragon Clan? If that's the case, then there's nothing else to say. Just kill him. I, Jiang Chen, have slain a dragon more than once or twice. I have even killed the son of the dragon, let alone a loach like you. Jiang Chen sneered. He was not exaggerating. He had fought a life-and-death battle with a few sons of the dragon, let alone a junior of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen was considered as half a disciple of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Therefore, he was at least on par with the leader of the Dragon Clan. Who are these people from the Northern Dragon Clan? You. Slaying a dragon? Ha ha. If you saw the son of the dragon, you would have been scared out of your wits. Do you still have the right to stand here and talk nonsense? You overestimate yourself. Today I, Ao Impermanence, will kill the two of you first before enjoying my beauty. The two of you have really disappointed me. Even if you are from the Dragon Clan, I, Ao Impermanence, will not give you any face. I wonder if you have any spiritual fish ointment in your hands. Hee. Ao Impermanence swept his gaze across Jiang Chen and Long Ying. His body trembled and his murderous intent was revealed. He was ready to fight with Jiang Chen any time. He did not even put Long Ying in his eyes. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. His own strength was the top of the three great dragon clans. He was comparable to Long Yu. This Long Ying would definitely not be his opponent. And this outsider, relying on the power of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, he did not even know how to be smug. Did he really think that he could turn the world around? I'm disgusted that the Dragon Tribe has such a filthy thing like you. Ao Wu Chang, you're really the scum of the Northern Dragon Tribe, or even the Dragon Tribe. I won't let you have your way today. Don't think that I, Long Ying am a pushover. Don't worry, sister. I, Long Ying will not let you suffer today. I will teach him a lesson about my Dragon Clan. Long Ying waved her jade-like hand and acted like a big sister. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Long Ying was a little mischievous, but she was very loyal and righteous, which made Jiang Chen feel gratified. Ha! You don't know what's good for you. Die, you two noisy fellows. Murderous intent surged in Ao Impermanence's eyes. He took a step forward. In the depths of the sea, he raised his sword and swept it horizontally. It directly separated Jiang Chen and Long Ying. Chapter 35-20. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Ao Impermanence's ice-cold aura penetrated his entire body. The cold aura was terrifying, like an ice arrow, piercing through the underwater world. Ao Impermanence's wrist changed. The original long sword turned into a mace, 9 feet long. The mace was swung at an astonishing speed. Even in the water, there was not the slightest stagnation. The violent whistling wind was frightening. Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly, his body trembled. Under the dragon transformation, the true dragon body made Ao Impermanence slightly surprised. The human dragon body was indeed something that he had never seen before. However, this guy's strength and aura had increased a lot in an instant. Jiang Chen punched out with his bare hands, activating the power of the whirlpool in the water. A gust of wind swept through. Ao Impermanence held the mace in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. It was exactly the same as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's fist was very powerful. Under the human dragon body, that kind of crazy and domineering dragon's prestige was fully displayed. At this time, even Ao Impermanence felt that it was extremely troublesome. Because he did not know the origin of Jiang Chen, he did not know how crazy Jiang Chen's human dragon body was. Just this punch alone made him feel that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. Qing Xian, who was at the side, also admired Jiang Chen's strength. Big brother was big brother after all. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Jiang Chen's strength did not decline at all. She thought that she was already considered as a top genius, but Big Brother's strength was stronger than her. Even Tyrant might not be a match for him. Today's matter was really a blessing in misfortune for her to be able to meet Big Brother Jiang Chen's help. It was really a blessing from the heavens. Qing Xian was very clear that if it was not for Jiang Chen's timely help, she would have been doomed to die here. Moreover, it was very likely that she would be humiliated and would no longer have the face to see Tyrant. Big brother, you must be all right. Otherwise, that monk will definitely blame me. Qing Xian murmured. Jiang Chen's strength was indeed exceptionally powerful. In Qing Xian's opinion, it shouldn't be difficult for him to deal with these guys, right? Furthermore, Long Ying from the dragon race beside Big Brother was also at the 8th level of bloodline power. Thinking about it, she was rather strong. This battle should not be a problem. She went to the dragon race alone to fight for a ranking in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Even if she couldn't get first place, she could at least get a good ranking. At that time, she reckoned that she wouldn't have to be threatened by her family anymore. Being in a big clan, she couldn't even decide on her own life. That was why Qing Xian had such a headache. She was willing to take the risk because she wanted to wait for Tyrant. Even if she had to wait till the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, she would absolutely not regret it. She wanted to fight for herself. She wanted to clear her name. Otherwise, she would never keep waiting for Tyrant. Only by becoming the pillar of the clan and becoming a true expert would the clan stop interfering with her matters. However, it was obvious that she was still too far away from this step. No one would understand her good intentions. She still had a long way to go. Fortunately, she met Big Brother. Perhaps she could perform well in the Rising Dragon Banquet of the dragon race this time. Qing Xian's strength wasn't weak to begin with. It was just that he was severely injured when he was fighting with the winged eagle fish. Although he managed to obtain the winged eagle fish, he didn't expect that what awaited him would be a tragic battle and he almost lost his virginity. This battle had a deep meaning to him. His big brother's kindness was greater than the heavens. Jiang Chen's strength under the draconic transformation was unparalleled, causing Ao Wuchang to complain incessantly. Although the outcome of the battle had yet to be decided, he was probably the only one who knew the pain he was feeling right now. That pair of iron fists made the 9-feet-long hammer in his hand numb. Even his palms were cracked. His face was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. The water was the domain of the dragon race. However, Jiang Chen's human and dragon body was not inferior. Impermanence could not withstand it at all. Jiang Chen's strength was boundless. A violent punch from him could create a storm in the underwater world. Whirlpools were everywhere. On the surface of the sea, there were probably thunder and thousands of feet of waves. Jiang Chen continuously used supreme hand seals. Ao Impermanence could only deal with it. Both of them wanted to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, facing Jiang Chen's domineering aura, Ao Impermanence was defeated in the end. Jiang Chen was too monstrous. Using his flesh and blood, human and dragon body, he almost made Ao Impermanence shut down. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura was overflowing like a hot knife through butter. Ao Wuchang's face was pale as he retreated in defeat, panting heavily. His initial arrogance had vanished without a trace. Brat, your strength is not bad. To have such a terrifying dragon aura. Who are you? I don't think there's someone like you in the dragon race. You're neither human nor dragon. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you must die today. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Because this fella offended the monk's woman. What's the difference between her and his woman? His friend's wife was humiliated. Jiang Chen was responsible for it. Otherwise, how could he face the monk in the future? Jiang Chen's attack was like a thunderbolt. At this moment, his explosive power made AO Impermanence feel bitter. He could only defend passively. On the other side, Long Ying-er's aura was also strong. She was even stronger than those early Divine Emperor fellas. After all, she was the most powerful genius girl in the dragon race. She was one of the two heroes of the dragon race together with Long Yingyue. This was something that Jiang Chen had to admit. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Long Ying-er seemed to be suppressing or being suppressed. Otherwise, her strength should be much stronger. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and activated the power of the heavenly lightning. The world under the sea was filled with lightning. AO Impermanence's scalp went numb. This was the first time that Jiang Chen activated the heavenly lightning. The 1,000-flame destructive lightning pierced through AO Impermanence's body. AO Impermanence's expression changed. He rolled and crawled. The 9-feet-long hammer in his hand was struck by the lightning and turned into a pile of scrap metal. His face was pale. He was hit by 2 lightning bolts and his scalp went numb. Bastard! Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Northern Dragon race will not rest until you die. Chapter 35-21. The terror of the 1,000-flame destruction lightning was terrifying. Ao Wuchang's face turned pale. His mouth was filled with bitterness as he roared furiously. But for Jiang Chen, he wanted to kill Ao Wuchang and make this ungrateful bastard disappear from the face of the heavens and earth. So what if you're from the Northern Dragon tribe? Jiang Chen has the support of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill your ancestor too. Jiang Chen's hands kept changing. Lightning flashed and lightning struck down. AO Impermanence was in agony. His body was numb from the lightning strikes, but he still did not dare to let the lightning strike him. Otherwise, he would be struck to death. Terrifying lightning snakes surrounded AO Impermanence's body. His injuries were getting more and more serious. He was caught off guard by Jiang Chen's lightning attacks. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Northern Dragon Tribe? Hee, I really don't put you in my eyes. Even Ying-er is so disdainful. Your so-called Northern Dragon Tribe must be very hateful. Such a shameless person. You waste the air when you're alive, waste the land when you're dead. You waste the spiritual energy when you're neither dead nor alive. Let me destroy your soul. Jiang Chen moved and increased the power of the 1,000-flame destructive lightning. The sound of the lightning whistling was deafening. AO Impermanence's injuries were severe. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. AO Impermanence had no choice but to unleash his true form. The Azure Dragon was born and ravaged the bottom of the sea. It fought against the power of the lightning and fought against Jiang Chen. However, AO Impermanence's strength was still weaker than Jiang Chen's. Under the attack of the 1,000-flame destructive lightning, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. The others were early divine emperors, but it was useless. Under Long Ying-er's attack, they staggered backward in a disheveled manner. Their injuries were even more severe than Ao Wuchang's. Long Ying-er's aura was at its peak and she was in high spirits. She killed all the Northern Dragon race geniuses behind AO Impermanence. She raised the sword in her hand and when it fell, the 3-foot green sword was invincible. The few people from the Northern Dragon tribe were defeated by Long Ying-er, and they were in a miserable state. In the end, they were seriously injured by Long Ying-er and it was impossible for them to recover their strength in a short period of time. After all, they were from the Dragon tribe. Long Ying-er did not kill them but crippled them. AO Impermanence's face was ashen. Under Jiang Chen's relentless pursuit, he suffered a crushing defeat and lost all standing and reputation. You dare to kill me? My Northern Dragon clan will definitely grind your bones to dust. AO Impermanence was still staring coldly at Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. He doesn't dare to kill you, but what about me? Long Ying-er and Jiang Chen teamed up and instantly caused AO Impermanence to fall into a desperate situation. Long Ying-er, you bastard! You actually helped others to bully the people of my dragon tribe. My Northern Dragon tribe will definitely not let you off. Ao Impermanence retreated and he was in a sorry state. Under the heavenly lightning, he almost couldn't hold on any longer. Qing Xian looked at this scene silently and clenched her fists. She even hoped that big brother Jiang Chen could kill this bastard to vent the hatred in her heart. You guys can't kill me. Ao Impermanence's face was ashen as he roared in anger. His smile was incomparably hideous and terrifying. Magic Shadow Guards. As Ao Impermanence turned around, 4 black silhouettes appeared beside him. They held long sabers in their hands as they charged towards Jiang Chen and Long Inger. The two of them looked at each other and their faces were extremely solemn. The so-called Magic Shadow Guards were actually not any weaker than Ao Impermanence. When the 4 of them attacked, Ao Impermanence dodged them. His sorry figure also got a chance to catch his breath. Ao Impermanence wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Jiang Chen and Long Inger in Lang Lang's eyes. Ao Impermanence, will definitely return the humiliation today. I don't want to play anymore. Ao Impermanence looked at the few people from the Northern Dragon tribe beside him. They were all severely injured and on the verge of death. He couldn't be bothered to care about them at all. He turned around and left first, not giving Jiang Chen and the others any chance to chase after him. The green dragon illusion disappeared in an instant. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he wanted to chase after them. However, the 4 Magic Shadow Guards were quite responsible and they completely blocked the path of Jiang Chen and Long Inger. They stopped them so that Ao Impermanence could catch his breath and escape. It was also the first time that Long Inger saw the Magic Shadow Guards. One by one, the Magic Shadow Guards charged towards them. The saber light and the sword shadow interweaved continuously. Jiang Chen's punches landed on the Magic Shadow Guards but there was no effect. The 4 Magic Shadow Guards seemed to be soft and it was impossible to defend against them. Not far away, Qing Xian's pretty face was covered with a layer of haze. In the end, the arrogant Northern Dragon tribe still managed to escape. Under the collaboration of Jiang Chen and Long Inger, they were unstoppable. Even the 4 Magic Shadow Guards could only block them temporarily. After the 4 Magic Shadow Guards fought with Jiang Chen and the others, they didn't want to continue fighting and they wanted to retreat. However, this time, Jiang Chen didn't want to give them any chance. The sky lightning in his hand flickered continuously. The attack power of the 1,000 flame destruction lightning was destructive. The 4 Magic Shadow Guards had nowhere to hide and were completely destroyed. The 4 Magic Shadow Guards disappeared and turned into spiritual energy. Jiang Chen frowned. To him, this battle didn't consume a lot of his energy. However, the only thing that made him feel like a failure was that Ao Impermanence had escaped. It was really infuriating. They didn't know if the Magic Shadow Guards were puppets or something else. They were so strong that they didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to kill the 4 Magic Shadow Guards. After all, they were early divine emperors. Long Inger was shocked that the 4 Magic Shadow Guards didn't seem to belong to the Dragon Tribe and they weren't in the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. What was their identity? It made one feel puzzled and bewildered. In the end, he still managed to escape. Jiang Chen said with a gloomy face. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Long Inger looked at the people of the Northern Dragon Tribe, who were on the verge of death and shouted. The people of the Northern Dragon Tribe hurriedly turned around and ran away in panic. It was Long Inger's mercy to be able to keep their lives. If it was Jiang Chen, they definitely wouldn't have a chance to survive. Where did these Magic Shadow Guards come from? How could Ao Impermanence have anything to do with them? Long Inger frowned and said doubtfully. She looked at Jiang Chen and felt puzzled. I don't know where these Magic Shadow Guards came from. What's going on with them? Isn't it a secret technique of the Northern Dragon Tribe? Jiang Chen said. No, these Magic Shadow Guards made me feel uneasy. Could it be that the Northern Dragon Tribe has entered the demonic path? Chapter 35-22. The Magic Shadow Guard is a force above the divine Great Land, the Magic Shadow Clan. The Magic Shadow Clan is very powerful but only a few people know about them. They are like the Dragon Clan in the ancient times. Their position in the divine Great Land is obvious. They are secretive and they appear and disappear unpredictably. Not many people are able to catch them. I'm afraid these so-called Magic Shadow Guards are just the appetizer. The Northern Dragon Clan might be related to the Magic Shadow Clan, Qing Xian said solemnly. Qing Xian said with a serious face. The Devil Shadow clan was a rare and mysterious clan in the Divine Great Land. No one knew about them, but their strength was exceptionally strong. Those who knew about them feared them as much as tigers. This time, they didn't know what kind of preparation the Northern Dragon clan had. However, Long Ing could feel something unusual about the Magic Shadow Guards. It seemed like the Northern Dragon clan came prepared. The Magic Shadow clan in the Divine Great Land? Jiang Chen was also puzzled because he had never heard of the Magic Shadow clan. However, since they appeared here and they were impermanents of the Northern Dragon clan, they must be full of doubts. They might have an important relationship with the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. It's just that no one knew about them until now. Looks like we have to be more careful. The people from the Northern Dragon clan have ulterior motives. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Long Ing nodded her head silently. It seemed like the Rising Dragon Banquet this time was really turbulent. The Northern Dragon clan and the Eastern Dragon clan had even made their moves. It seemed like there was still a long way to go if they wanted to come out on top. It wouldn't be an easy task. Now, we can only take one step at a time. Long Ing knew that she couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't something that she could decide alone. At least in this Rising Dragon Banquet, she could only try her best. You should come with us. That way we can take care of each other. You don't have to think that it's troublesome. The monk and I are sworn brothers. I'll at least give you the chance to see each other alive in the future. Jiang Chen said with a smile. On one hand, he wanted to relieve the pressure on Qing Xian. On the other hand, he hoped that she wouldn't treat herself as a burden. After all, her strength wasn't weak, she was just plotted against. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let her feel any pressure. Then, all right, thank you, Brother Jiang. Qing Xian bit her red lips. She was still a little nervous and uneasy, and even guilty. After all, she had caused so much trouble for Jiang Chen. Little sister, just follow me. I definitely won't let anyone bully you. How can I let them bully me in my Dragon Clan's territory? Long Ing waved her hand and said. She had the demeanor of a big sister. She pulled Qing Xian behind her with a domineering expression. It was the first time that Jiang Chen saw her with such a sense of justice. She was completely different from the naive girl he used to be. Jiang Chen and the others continued their journey, shuttling through the underwater world. There weren't many flying eagle fish. They had only caught 4 flying eagle fish in 2 months. The spiritual fish ointment was extremely precious. It could even be eaten. The spiritual energy contained in it was astonishing. However, Jiang Chen didn't consume it. Since the guardian elder said that it would be of great use, he had to keep it properly. In 2 months, Jiang Chen and the others were getting closer to the evil spirit island. However, the number of flying eagle fish they obtained was extremely small. Not to mention them, it was the same for everyone else. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain a spiritual fish ointment from a flying eagle fish. The 3 of them met another person at the bottom of the deep sea. It was a person who had once saved Jiang Chen, the arrogant Long Xueqi. This time, he was surrounded by more than 10 flying eagle fish. The situation was extremely dangerous. Every flying eagle fish had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Their attacks were known for their speed. The 13 flying eagle fish made it difficult for Long Xueqi to move forward. Every step he took was dangerous and he couldn't kill these flying eagle fish at all. In Long Xueqi's eyes, these flying eagle fish were not treasures, but a desperate situation of life and death. The 13 flying eagle fish were extremely fast. They attacked everywhere, making it difficult for Long Xueqi to move forward. Damn it! Long Xueqi was furious. He thought that these fellas would not be difficult to deal with. He was extremely excited as he caught 13 flying eagle fish at once. However, he did not expect the final result to make him fall to the ground. He did not expect the 13 flying eagle fish to be so terrifying when they worked together. He had no choice but to provoke a hornet's nest. His heart was filled with bitterness. However, in the deep sea, he could not call for help. He fell into a desperate situation and could only be dragged to death by the 13 flying eagle fish. If this continued, he would probably be fed to the fish. He might be the first young man in the Dragon Clan to be fed to the fish. Long Xueqi tried his best to attack, but it was to no avail. He never thought that he would be so unlucky. He thought that he would be able to enter the Evil Soul Island safely after killing these eagle fish, but he did not expect that he would end up in such an embarrassing situation. He tried to steal a chicken but ended up suffering a loss instead. This made Long Xiaoquan very sad. Under the crisis of life and death, he was extremely regretful. It's all my fault for being greedy. Long Xiaoquan wanted to cry but no tears came out. He really had no other way now. He was in the endless Western Sea, and the so-called sea demons were terrifying. Even a genius of the Dragon Clan like him was filled with danger in the endless Western Sea. If he was not careful, he could be killed here. Stupid human, you still want to kill us? Hee hee, what a fool's dream. Yeah, this guy really overestimates himself. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Don't let him have any chance to fight back. Humph, who asked him to be so pretentious? We must kill him. These humans always think they are smart. Let them know how powerful we are. The 13 flying eaglefish chattered. They clearly saw Long Xiaoquan as a prey in the bag. They did not even need any pressure to kill him. You bastards, I don't believe that you can kill me. Long Xiaoquan roared angrily. Then, after a cup of tea, Long Xiaoquan was completely dumbfounded. He was already seriously injured. The 13 eaglefishes became quite arrogant because he had been defeated again and again. He had completely become a joke. He had just finished bragging, but now he was directly destroyed. I won't really die here, will I? Long Xiaoquan murmured. Chapter 35-23. Jiang Chen had been watching for a long time, but he did not make a move. Long Ying-er said with a bitter smile. She knew that Jiang Chen was angry with Long Xiaoquan and wanted to see if he could kill these flying eaglefish. However, it seemed that Long Xiaoquan was no match for him at all. Don't worry, for your sake, I won't just stand by and watch. Jiang Chen smiled and stepped on the waves. His smile was also very calm. Isn't this my savior? Why are you in such a sorry state? Did a dozen flying eaglefish torture you to this extent? Long Xiaoquan's face was originally filled with joy. It seemed that with Long Ying-er's appearance, he knew that he could be saved from today's danger. However, Jiang Chen's words made Long Xiaoquan's smile stop. This guy was obviously ridiculing him. It really made Long Xiaoquan furious. However, the situation was worse than him. He was already at the end of his rope. At this time, he was naturally a fish on the chopping block. Anything he said would seem pale and powerless. Humph. I won't die for now. Long Xiaoquan snorted coldly. He held the long spear in his hand and his face was gloomy. He fought and retreated. He was extremely unconvinced. Didn't I save you once before? Now, he was still making sarcastic remarks here. Why would Ying-er be with such a person? It seems that it's not easy. Don't be so disheartened about dying or not. Don't worry, with me here, even if you are beaten into a dog's head, I will help you settle it. Huh. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Long Xiaoquan was almost angered to death. What do you mean by beaten into a dog's head? You're just watching me fall, and you're still here to ridicule me. Long Xiaoquan snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Seeing that, Jiang Chen did not continue to fight with him. To him, he was just trying to kill Long Xiaoquan. After all, this guy had a good relationship with Long Ying-er and was a young prodigy of the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen naturally would not kill him and the ancestral Dragon Emperor would not allow him to kill Long Xiaoquan. As a pillar of the Dragon Clan's young generation, Long Xiaoquan still had some status in the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen, Long Ying-er, and Qing Xian quickly joined the battle. The 13 flying eaglefish attacked even more ferociously. Facing the addition of Jiang Chen and the others, they seemed to be quite angry and fought to the death. However, in the end, the 13 flying eaglefish realized that they were not a match for Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his aura was like a dragon. No one could stop him. In a blink of an eye, several flying eaglefish were injured. The berserk flying eaglefish did not have any effect. Instead, they were completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. At this moment, even Long Xiaoquan's face was full of shock. Jiang Chen's strength was actually so strong? With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, the world was under his control. One after another, the winged eaglefishes rushed towards Jiang Chen with terrifying speed. However, Jiang Chen blocked them with his sword. None of the winged eaglefishes could get close to him. Instead, they were slashed by Jiang Chen's sword. It seems that I have really underestimated this guy's strength. Long Xiaoquan murmured. His strength should not be inferior to his own. After all, he was not facing the 13 flying eaglefish alone. If he was fighting alone, he would have been defeated long ago. Long Xiaoquan comforted himself and thought so. The 13 flying eaglefish scattered like birds and beasts at this time. Qing Xian and Long Ying were also extremely strong. They did not give them the slightest chance at all. It was not so easy to escape. Jiang Chen had already set up a formation on the periphery. The Shura sword formation was formed in an instant. As they escaped, he activated the Shura sword formation. The formation constantly shrank. Sword shadows shuttled through and the 13 flying eaglefish were all killed. Fresh blood and flesh flew everywhere. The spiritual fish ointment was completely collected by Jiang Chen. The Shura sword formation once again returned to Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. These 13 flying eaglefish allowed him to obtain a lot of spiritual fish ointment. It could be considered a great harvest. At this moment, Long Xiaoquan finally sighed. It was very likely that he was not Yi Futian's opponent. Although he did not want to admit it, the facts spoke louder than words. The Shura sword formation. Even if it was him, he would probably be seriously injured in the formation. He might even be killed directly. This guy was actually so terrifying. Perhaps only Long Ying or even Long Yu could fight against him. Thank you. Although Long Xiaoquan was unwilling to admit it, he had to say that his life was completely saved by Jiang Chen. However, he had also saved Jiang Chen once. No. Perhaps Jiang Chen did not even need him to do anything. Don't be so polite. This time we are completely even. You saved me once. This time, consider it as me returning the favor. Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. At this time, he was only saving Long Xiaoquan some face. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Long Xiaoquan was just an inexperienced young man. Compared to his experience in the Three Realms reincarnation, it was simply a world of difference. Moreover, with the relationship between the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Long Ying why would Jiang Chen stoop to his level? I know my own strength. Thank you this time, Long Xiaoquan said in a low voice. Long Xiaoquan said in a low voice. Although he was very arrogant, he still knew his own limits. He didn't need anyone to tell him how strong he was. He was helpless against these 13 eagle fishes. Jiang Chen and the two of them combined their strength to kill these 13 eagle fishes. This could be considered as a serious lesson to him. Not bad. You are indeed a young man of my dragon clan. Courageous and responsible. Long Ying said with a smile. Long Xiaoquan rolled his eyes at her. He was quite dissatisfied. However, the truth was that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent. This was not something that could be won by arguing. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. However, a terrifying qi was flying towards them at a fast speed. This qi seemed to be coming for them. Come out. Since you are here, why hide your head and show your tail? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a cold expression. Long Ying and the other two were slightly stunned. They did not know what Jiang Chen was talking about. However, a terrifying whirlpool was formed 100 meters in front of them. Even they were sucked by the power of the whirlpool and almost fell to the ground. However, along with the emergence of the whirlpool, a black figure slowly came out from the whirlpool. It seemed to be completely unaffected by the whirlpool. That scene caused Jiang Chen and the others to be shocked. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.